Story 1, I am the one telling this and I will use plain words. My name is Mara and I grew up in America. I have never been to Europe. Last spring my mother, Leela, died and her will named me the executor and the heir to her shares and to the old house where I learned to read on a faded couch. My father, Martin, did not like that. At the funeral, he leaned close and said the money should sit in strong hands, meaning his. I heard the edge in his voice, the same edge I heard when the roof leaked and he told us to wait for the sun. I told myself I would honor what my mother wrote. I told myself I would be steady, simple, and brave. 2 weeks later, he asked me to ride with him after dinner. He said he wanted to talk where the air was clean. He drove us south on the freeway, past the lit windows of Lowe's Angels toward the port. The radio was off. His jaw worked like he was chewing a hard truth. We reached the old shore bridge near San Pedro, the one that hums in the wind. Fog slid across the lanes, and the smell of salt and rust came through the vents. He parked and told me to step out just for a minute. I set my hand on the cold rail and asked what this was about. He did not answer my question. He smiled instead, and his smile felt like a door closing. We spoke with the wind in our mouths. He said I was ungrateful. He said the house should be sold, the dollars put under his care, and the company's shares managed by experience. He said he had held our lives together. I thought of Mom and me catching rain with bowls while he watched a game. I thought of the night. She whispered that kindness is also a kind of strength. I told him I would not sign the papers. I said the words out loud to hear how they sounded in the air. I will not sign. I am done being small. The words were simple and true, and they seemed to shake something loose. His face changed. His eyes went flat. He moved before I could take a step back. His hands were on my shoulders and then on my coat, and then the dark was all I could see. Cold water punched my chest. Sound turned to bubbles. For a breath, I was a child again, falling off a dock in Maine, and I heard my mother laugh and say, "Kick, baby, kick." I kicked. My coat tugged me down, heavy as a hand, so I fought my way out of it, fingers numb, heart loud. Mind clear in that strange way fear can be clear. Above me, the bridge was a black line against a torn cloud. The tide grabbed and rolled me and set me down near a beam crusted with life. Up there, thin and far, my father's voice cut through the wind. Finally, now all the wealth will be mine. He thought I could not swim. He was wrong. I wrapped my arms around the beam and counted to 10 again and again. Splinters bit my palms. I kept my face turned to the air and tried to make each breath even. A light blinked along the catwalk, then blinked again. "Hey," a woman's voice called. "Hey." My throat scraped raw as I shouted back. A rope swung down, slick and rough. I looped it under my arms the way Grace showed me years ago in a self-defense class we took for fun and for fear. 2 guards hauled me up. Rosa, who smelled like coffee, and Ben, who kept saying, "You're okay, you're okay." They wrapped me in a gray blanket that felt like a wall between me and the night. "Ambulance?" Rosa asked. I shook my head. Pride, yes, but also cost. I had $47 in my wallet and a debit card that still had my name next to his on it. I was not going to hand him the bill for saving me. Rosa pointed me to a gas station with a bathroom that stayed open late. I walked there with the blanket over my shoulders like a cape, laughing once, a hard sound I did not recognize. In the mirror, my lips were blue. I fed my hair through the warm breath of a hand dryer. I bought a paper cup of coffee for $2 and a pack of crackers for $1. I counted out the singles and the quarters and slid the change back into my pocket. I sat by the window and watched the empty street. A bus sighed. A man in a yellow vest swept the sidewalk. The city felt huge and quiet at the same time, like a stage after the actors go home. My hands shook, and then slowly they did not. When my fingers could hold a phone, I called Grace, my lawyer and my friend. She picked up on the second ring. I told her enough, not the part about the push. Not yet. Just the bridge, the danger, and the need to move fast. She said, "Come in first thing in the morning. Bring the file. We lock every account he can touch." I thought about Daniel at the bank, who always wore a narrow tie and knew my mother by name. I thought about the deed to the house and the shares that were worth more than $3 million on a good day. I thought about how paper can hold a life together when people try to tear it apart. "I'll be there at 8, I said, and my voice sounded like it belonged to someone who would keep a promise. Before dawn, I drove past our old house in Pasadena and parked down the block. The porch light was off. The place looked smaller than it did when I was a child, like a shirt that shrank in the wash. I did not go in. I did not want one more thing from rooms that held too many ghosts. I sat in the car and told my mother out loud that I was still here. I told her I would close every car to my father's name before lunch. I told her I would move to the water and start fresh in Santa Monica, and that I would keep the cedar box and the photo albums and the keys. When the sky went from black to gray, I put the car in gear and felt the road settle under me. America is a big country, wide enough for a woman like me to get lost if she wants to and found if she chooses. I will be found by myself. Tomorrow will be a day of papers and phone calls and new locks. Tonight I am alive, and that is enough for Chapter 1. I reached Grace Holloway's office at 8 sharp with my hair still damp from the night wind and my file pressed flat under my arm. Grace is steady and calm. She poured me water, set a box of tissues on the table, and said the words that let the room stop spinning. We move on paper first. I told her I had been on the bridge, that I was safe, and that I wanted the law between me and my father. She opened my mother's will, read each clause out loud, and traced the key lines with a pen. The trust named me as beneficiary and successor trustee. The house my mother loved was protected by the trust. The shares were to be managed for my good, not for anyone else. In America, words on a page can carry weight when your body is still shaking. Grace called Daniel Dalton at the bank on speaker. Daniel knew my mother, and his voice softened when he heard her name. We gave him the trust papers and the death certificate. We listed every account we knew, the joint checking, the credit card where my father was a consignor, the brokerage with the blue chip stocks my mother held for years. Daniel said, "I can freeze access tied to your father pending trustee confirmation." He moved fast. By noon, the joint card with a $25,000 limit was canceled, the debit with $4,800 in checking was closed, and access to the brokerage with about $3,200,000 was locked until the court confirmed me as sole trustee. Grace watched me write these numbers on a yellow pad. "Paper tells the story," she said. "Keep every scrap." We walked to the courthouse next. The building buzzed with whispers and shoe squeaks. Grace filed an emergency petition to confirm me as the acting trustee and to issue a notice that any attempt by my father to use trust assets would be a violation. A clerk named Paula stamped our forms, and the sound of the stamp felt like a door being bolted. Grace also drafted a short letter to the utility companies, the insurance, and the property tax office, telling them to send future notices to me in Santa Monica. I paid Grace a $5,000 retainer for my own savings. I asked for a receipt and slid it into a manila folder behind the will. I labeled the tab with a thick black marker, "Leela Trust, Mara." We went to Daniel's branch so I could sign signature cards and open a new account in my name only. He wore a narrow gray tie and kept his voice low, as if money could hear. He handed me a cashier's check from the closed joint account for $4,800, payable to the estate, and then to be placed into the trust account I now controlled. We set up text alerts, so I would know if anyone tried to move a cent. He printed a list of the safe deposit box contents recorded last year, my mother's cedar box, the deed binder, and a velvet pouch with her wedding band. When I turned the key and lifted the box lid, the smell of cedar and paper rose up like a small, calm forest. I put the ring into the cedar box and closed it. "This stays with me," I said. After that, Grace called the police desk and arranged a brief escort so I could make one last visit to the old house. 2 officers, a woman named Maria and a man named Joel, walked the rooms with me. The house looked smaller than my grief. The air still held a trace of my mother's perfume. I took the photo albums, the cedar box from the safe, the deed binder, and the keys to the storage unit. I left the couch with the hollow cushions, the cracked dining chair, and the dented pans. I left the empty space where family should have been. On the porch, I set my hand on the rail and felt the sun warm the paint. "Thank you," I whispered to the walls that had held me when I was little. Then I locked the door and gave a spare key to Maria to log for the record. By early afternoon, the notifications began. A fraud alert tried to ping the old joint card. A hotel authorization in a downtown zip code failed. Grace forwarded me Daniel's note. "Attempted use declined per freeze." I did not gloat. I wrote the time and the place in my ledger and drew a small square next to each entry so I could check it off when I filed the proof. Paper can hold a life together when people try to tear it apart. I drove to a mailbox store and set up a forwarding address in Santa Monica, paid $15 for the box, and tucked the receipt behind the bank records. I bought a small lock for the storage unit for $12.49 and circled the price on the slip. These were tiny acts, but each one felt like putting a brick into a wall that would stand. When the work was done, I packed my car. I folded clothes into clear bins, slid the photo albums under the passenger seat, and wrapped the cedar box in a towel. I clipped the manila folder into a hard plastic case and slid it between the seats where I could reach it with one hand. I left 2 notes, one for Grace with a list of next steps, and one for myself that read, breathe, drive, arrive. I texted a friend to say I was heading west. Then I rolled onto the freeway and let the lane lines pull me like stitches, drawing a wound closed. The air through the window smelled like sun-baked asphalt and salt. I watched the city thin and the sky open. By the time the sky turned gold, the sign for Santa Monica rose ahead like a promise. I said the name out loud in the car, Santa Monica, America, and it sounded like a beginning I could claim. I did not know yet which street would be mine, which small house would hold my sleep and my coffee and my quiet. I only knew that my mother's wishes were safe in my hands, that the law was moving with me, and that I had closed every door my father might try to pry open. I was a woman with a stack of papers, a full tank, and a key that would soon fit a new lock. That was enough for the road and for this chapter. I reached Santa Monica in the evening and slept in my car outside a bungalow on Bay Street. In the morning, I walked the block and listened to gulls. The house was small and beige, 2 bedrooms, a narrow kitchen, a lemon tree out back, and a fence that leaned as if it needed a hug. I could see myself living there. The list price was $1,090,000. I called the agent, a calm woman named Nina, and said I wanted it. We toured as light moved across the floors. I offered the asking price and wired $300,000 as the down payment. Inspection noted a weary water heater and a sticky window. Escrow was held breath. A week later, I signed the stack. Nina said, "Congratulations." I said, "Thank you. I will make this a safe place." I paid about $10,000 in closing costs, financed the rest, and the keys clinked in my palm like a bell. The first night, I dragged a mattress to the living room and opened the windows to the ocean air. I ordered a second-hand couch for $900, a small kitchen table for $220, and a rug that looked like low tide for $120. I added a lamp for $35 and a carbon monoxide detector for $28. The stuck front window came loose with $18 of sandpaper and oil. I painted the door the color of wet sand and taped the new deadbolt code inside the pantry. I set my mother's cedar box on a shelf where the light lands at 4. I slept on the mattress for 3 weeks and did not mind. The house and I were learning each other's steps. I learned the sound it made. The water heater coughed once before it settled. The back gate clicked at midnight when the wind shifted. The lemon tree dropped fruit with a soft thud. On Sundays, I walked to the farmer's market with my neighbor Gracie, not Grace the lawyer, a different Gracie who laughs like bells. She introduced me to a painter named Caleb and a teacher named Rosa. We ate peaches and shared a bag of cookies for $5. I told them only what I wished to tell. I was not hiding. I was choosing. Money still needs watching. I opened a separate account for the mortgage and kept a cushion there so I would sleep better. I set up auto pay and made a chart on the fridge. Mortgage, insurance, utilities, groceries, savings. Daniel at the bank confirmed the trust was secure and the blue chip shares would pay steady dividends. We moved a slice into a high-yield account for an emergency fund, $20,000. I promised not to touch it. My homeowner's policy was $1,500 for the year, and I paid it in full. I kept every receipt in a labeled binder. Paper still held my life together. Only now the pages smelled like fresh paint instead of fear. Grace called to say the court had confirmed me as sole trustee. Her voice sounded like a door clicking shut where I could finally rest. I sent her a thank you card and a check. Then I walked room to room and touched each windowsill, each hinge, each knob. I made a list of small repairs and crossed off items as I finished them. tighten the bathroom handle, oil the closet slider, fix the humming vent. The work felt like stitching. Each task drew the edges of my life closer. Sometimes the ocean roared like the night of the bridge. I woke with my heart racing and the taste of salt. I walked to the wet sand and stood where the foam curled around my ankles. Out loud, I talked to my mother. "I'm all right," I told her. "I am building a life with steady hands. Your house money is safe." I told her about Gracie's laugh, Rose's scarf, and how Caleb promised to paint the leaning fence for the price of dinner, which I said would be steaks and a pie, still under $60. He grinned. I bought a small can of primer for $24 and liked the thought of a fence that stood tall. When the mail came with my name on the deed binder, I sat at the kitchen table and traced the letters. I folded the document into its sleeve and set it beside the cedar box. I brewed coffee and let the cup warm my hands. I looked around at the calm rooms and understood something solid. I had not just survived. I had chosen. Santa Monica, America, was the city of choice. I had never been to Europe and did not need to go anywhere else. My life fit inside these walls. The house by the water breathed with me, and each breath felt like a promise I could keep. Word came back to me from Olivia, an old friend who still lived near our former street in Lowe's Angels. She saw my father first outside the bank, where he used to wave a gold card like a flag. Now he stood by the steps with a paper cup. The big car went first, then the condo. He tried the couch at Victor's place for a week and a half, then knocked on Paige's door and begged for a spare room. Neither wanted him. He slept near the bus station with his coat over his face. Olivia said he kept asking for me. He asked at my college. He asked at the old church. He asked at the county office. No one could tell him where I had gone. I did not answer those questions for him. I did not send food or words. That may sound cold, but this is not a tale of revenge. It is a record of choices. He pushed me from a bridge so he could hold my mother's money alone. He made one choice. I made another. In America, there are bridges and there are doors. He chose the shove. I chose the door. I walked through, closed it behind me, and turned the lock. Each month, I turned other locks, too. I paid my mortgage on time. I rounded the payment up by $50 to chip at the principal. I kept my emergency fund at $20,000 in a high-yield account and promised myself I would not touch it unless the roof failed or the earth shook. I also decided what to do with the goods that had reached me. I set a standing donation for $200 a month to a shelter on Lincoln Boulevard where Daniel's sister, her name is Maya, works the intake desk. She called to thank me and invited me to visit. I went on a Tuesday with a bag of socks and a pack of travel-size soap. Maya walked me through the quiet hall and showed me a corkboard of job postings. She said, "We can't fix every life, but we can change one day at a time." I liked that. I told her I would bring coffee pods next time and some bus passes. It felt right to fold a corner of my comfort into someone else's cold. At home, I kept building my own steady days. The house on Bay Street held me like a cupped hand. I learned the tick of the hallway clock and the shy creak of the back step. I replaced the water heater before it failed and kept the receipt in the binder. Caleb came by with paint and a grin, and together we straightened the leaning fence. I bought a box of screws for $9 and a small level for $11. Gracie brought lemonade and laughed when the primer left a white stripe on my cheek. We worked until the slats stood true. When we were done, I grilled steaks and baked a pie. We kept the total under $60, just as I had promised, and ate on the porch while the lemon tree tapped at the window like a friend who never tires of saying hello. Some nights, the ocean still roared like the night of the bridge. When that sound pressed against the walls, I went out to the shore and let the wet sand curl around my feet. I talked to my mother the way I always do, simple and true. I told her the house was in my name and the trust was safe. I told her I had finally framed her photo, the one where she is laughing with her hair in her eyes, and set it on the mantel. I told her I had never been to Europe and didn't need to go. America felt wide enough now that I could breathe inside it. I thanked her for teaching me that kindness is a kind of strength. Once, downtown, I saw my father at a distance. He was thinner, his coat hanging heavy on his shoulders. He had a cardboard sign with a plea written in a shaky hand. For a breath, I felt the old pull, the child's string that says, "Help." Then I remembered the night wind on the bridge, his shout thrown to the dark. Finally, now all the wealth will be mine. I stood still and let the moment pass. I did not speak. I turned down a side street and kept walking. That choice felt like laying down a stone on a path I could trust. Grace called to tell me the court's confirmation had cleared every question. She said, "You are the sole trustee, full stop." Her voice was steady as a level beam. I wrote the date in my ledger and drew a square to check off later when the stamped copy came by mail. Daniel sent a note about dividends and asked if I wanted to adjust my allocations. I told him to keep them plain and boring the way I like my mornings. I reviewed my insurance renewal $1,500 for the year and paid it in full. Paper still held my life together. The binder on my shelf was thick now, and it smelled like cedar and fresh ink. On small days, I fixed small things, a loose knob, a humming vent, a sticky lock. I left a bowl of water on the porch for stray dogs. I put a chair by the front window and read in the light. I wrote my truth in a lined notebook, slow and neat, so that if anyone asked how I got here, I could hand them pages instead of a tangle. When I reached the last pages of that notebook, I bought a new one for $7 and started again at the top. This is my story, told by me. The words looked quiet and strong on the paper, like beams and nails. Freedom did not feel like a song. It felt like good work done in daylight, like a key turning once, like a lemon baked into a pie and shared with friends, like a roof that does not leak when rain comes. It felt like saying no to the past without shouting. It felt like not rescuing a man who never once tried to rescue me. He lived with his own breath and his own hunger. That was the only gift I had for him. For myself, I kept giving the same gift each morning. I woke, I pressed my feet to my own floor, and I chose peace. This is America, and I am a woman who walked through a door and stayed. Story 2, during a family barbecue, she joked loud enough for everyone, "If we ever get married, he'll be lucky if I don't cheat." I stayed quiet, but when my uncle pulled me aside later that night, his advice changed everything. My family has a tradition. Every year on the last weekend of summer, we have a huge barbecue at my uncle's house. It is an all-day affair with 3 generations of my family, tons of food, and a lot of loud, happy noise. It is a day about roots, about connection. It is the last place on earth you would expect your life to fall apart. But that is exactly what happened to me on Saturday. My name is Tom. I am a project manager for a commercial construction company. I build things, big things, skyscrapers, hospitals, university buildings. My job is to take a million chaotic pieces and turn them into a single, solid, functional structure. I bring order to chaos. I thought my relationship with my girlfriend Sarah was the most solid structure in my life. We had been together for 2 years, living in a house I owned for the last one. We were partners. We had a plan. Marriage, kids, the whole deal. It was a blueprint I trusted. Sarah is beautiful, funny, and the life of every party. She has a wild streak that I found exciting. It balanced out my more serious, structured nature, or so I told myself. My family adored her. They loved her energy, her stories. She fit in seamlessly. Saturday was a perfect late summer day. The barbecue was in full swing. My cousins were throwing a football, the kids were running through sprinklers, and the adults were gathered on the deck laughing and drinking beer. I was at the grill flipping burgers, feeling completely content. Sarah was holding court with a group of my female cousins and my aunt. They were talking about a recent celebrity wedding, and the conversation drifted to our own plans. I could hear them from the grill, and I was only half listening. Then I heard my cousin ask, "So, when are you two going to make it official?" And that is when Sarah dropped the bomb. She laughed, a loud, theatrical laugh that made a few heads turn. "Oh God, I don't know," she said, her voice carrying across the deck. "If we ever get married, he will be lucky if I don't cheat." The laughter on the deck died. The conversation stopped. In the sudden silence, the only sounds were the sizzle of the burgers on the grill and the distant shouts of the kids. I did not turn around. I just stood there, spatula in my hand, staring at the grill marks on a piece of meat. She tried to play it off as a joke. "I am kidding," she said, laughing again, but this time it sounded forced and brittle. Mostly. A few people gave a weak, uncomfortable laugh. The conversation slowly, awkwardly started up again, but the mood was broken. The perfect summer day now had a dark cloud hanging over it. I stayed quiet. I did not look at her. I did not say a word. I just kept grilling, my movements calm and methodical. Inside, a storm was raging. It was not just the disrespect. It was the public nature of it. She had not just insulted me. She had announced to my entire family that our relationship was a joke to her, that my commitment was something she considered optional. I served the food. I sat with my family. I talked and laughed and pretended that I had not just heard the woman I love detonate the foundation of our life. Sarah kept shooting me little looks, trying to gauge my reaction. I gave her nothing. I was a blank wall. Later that night, as the party was winding down and people were starting to leave, my Uncle Frank pulled me aside. Frank is my dad's older brother. He is a retired cop, a man who has seen the best and worst of people. He does not say much, but when he does, you listen. He led me over to the edge of the yard, away from the ticky torches and the lingering guests. He looked me in the eye, and his face was serious. I heard what she said, he said, his voice a low rumble. I just nodded. You are a good kid, Tom, he continued. You are solid, you build things to last. That woman, she is not built the same way. She is all flash, no foundation. He paused, looking back at the party where Sarah was now laughing with my aunt as if nothing had happened. You are angry, he said. It was not a question. You want to go home and have it out with her. You want to yell and scream and maybe even break up with her tonight. He was right. That was exactly what I wanted to do. Don't, he said, his voice firm. That is what she expects. That is the game she wants to play. A big, dramatic fight where she can cry and apologize and call it a stupid joke, and you will forgive her because you love her. And then she will know she can get away with it. She will know she can disrespect you. And the only consequence is a little bit of drama. He put a hand on my shoulder. A woman who jokes about cheating is not joking. She is sending up a trial balloon. She is testing your boundaries. She is telling you exactly who she is. The biggest mistake you can make is not believing her. So what do? I asked. His advice was simple, but it changed everything. You do nothing, he said. You go home. You act like everything is fine. You let her think she got away with it. You let her get comfortable. And while she is comfortable, you get smart. You find out if that trial balloon she sent up is the only one or if there is a whole fleet of them you don't know about. Don't get emotional, get information. People like that, they don't fear anger, they fear exposure. You want to end it, fine, but don't end it on her terms, end it on yours. Make sure when you walk away she understands exactly what she lost and why. I looked at my uncle and I understood. He was not telling me to be a wimp. He was telling me to be a strategist. He was giving me a new blueprint. The old one, the one with marriage and kids, was gone. The new one was for a demolition. A quiet, careful, and complete demolition. I went back to the party, smiled at my girlfriend, and started planning. Update 1. It has been 1 week since the barbecue. 1 week of playing the part of the forgiving boyfriend and 1 week of methodical, silent investigation. My Uncle Frank's advice has been my guiding principle. Don't get emotional, get information. The night of the barbecue on the drive home, Sarah finally tried to address what had happened. Are you mad at me? She asked, her voice small and tentative. I glanced over at her. About what? You know the joke I made. It was stupid. I was just trying to be funny. My sense of humor is a little dark sometimes. I just shrugged. It is fine, I said. I get it. The relief that washed over her face was palpable. She thought she was off the hook. She thought my silence at the party was just me being moody. She had no idea it was me recalculating the entire project. For the next few days, she was the perfect girlfriend. She was affectionate, attentive, and did not make any more jokes. She thought she had pushed a boundary and that I had accepted it. She was comfortable. While she was comfortable, I was working. My first step was to understand the scope of the problem. Was her comment a one-time stupid mistake, or was it a symptom of a deeper issue? I started with her phone. We had an open policy with our devices. We knew each other's passcodes. It was a foundation of trust that she, it turned out, did not deserve. I waited until she was asleep and went through it. I was not looking for a smoking gun. I was looking for patterns. I did not find any explicit texts from other men. She was too smart for that. But I found something more telling. I found a pattern of deletion. Her text threads with certain male friends were suspiciously clean. There were gaps in the conversations. Missing days. Her call logs showed calls to these same numbers, but the corresponding texts were gone. A person with nothing to hide does not meticulously scrub their conversations. The most interesting find was a group chat with her 3 best friends. The chat was called the Escape Committee. I scrolled back for months. It was a running commentary on their lives, their relationships, and their plans for the future. and it was a gold mine. They talked about me, a lot. They referred to me as the warden or Mr. Stable. They talked about my boring life, my predictable schedule. Sarah's posts were the most damning. She complained about feeling trapped. She talked about wanting more excitement. And then I found the conversation from the day before the barbecue. One of her friends had asked if she was really ready to settle down with me. Sarah's reply: God, no. But the setup is too good to leave right now. He is a great safety net while I figure out what I really want. And what I really want is not a guy who spends his weekends installing a new sprinkler system. Another friend replied, You've got to be careful. He is not dumb. What if he figures it out? Sarah's response made my blood run cold. He will not. He trusts me completely. I could probably cheat on him. And as long as I smiled and told him I loved him, he would believe me. He is just lucky I have not bothered yet. There it was. The joke from the barbecue was not a joke at all. It was a slightly rephrased version of her true feelings. It was a test, just like my uncle said. She was testing the waters, seeing how much disrespect I would tolerate. I took screenshots of the entire conversation. I saved them to a secure cloud account. That was my information. Now I needed a plan for exposure. The opportunity presented itself 2 days later. Sarah came home excited. Her best friend, the one who had asked if she was ready to settle down, was getting engaged. Her fiancé had proposed on a trip to Paris. They were going to have a big fancy engagement party in 3 weeks at a downtown hotel. It is going to be amazing, Sarah said, her eyes shining. Everyone is going to be there. We have to get you a new suit, a party, a big fancy party full of her friends and the people she wanted to impress. The stage was perfect. I spent the next week preparing. I continued to play the part of the perfect boyfriend. I helped her pick out a dress for the party. I booked an appointment to get a new suit. I listened to her talk endlessly about the engagement, about Paris, about the size of her friend's diamond. Meanwhile, I was making my own preparations. I contacted the event planner for the party, a woman my company had worked with on a few corporate events. I told her I wanted to do a special surprise for the newly engaged couple. I wanted to put together a slideshow of pictures of them to be played on the big screens at the party. She thought it was a wonderful idea and gave me the technical specifications for the video file. I spent hours putting the video together. It started innocently enough. Pictures of the happy couple, pictures of them with their friends, including Sarah. I even included a few pictures of me and Sarah, smiling, looking like the perfect couple. But the last 30 seconds of the video were different. The last 30 seconds were the screenshots from her group chat. I set the screenshots to scroll slowly across the screen, her own words appearing in huge, undeniable letters set to a soft, romantic piano score. He is a great safety net while I figure out what I really want. He trusts me completely. He is just lucky I have not bothered to cheat yet. The video was ready. The stage was set. All I had to do was wait for the performance. Sarah thought this party was about her friend. She had no idea it was about to be her grand finale. Update 2, the night of the engagement party felt like the calm before a hurricane. I was not nervous, I was focused. I had a job to do, a structure to demolish, and I had the right tools for the job. We arrived at the hotel ballroom, and it was exactly as Sarah had described. It was a sea of expensive dresses, tailored suits, and the quiet hum of people who believed their own hype. Sarah was in her element, flitting from group to group, laughing and air-kissing, dragging me along like a well-behaved accessory. I just smiled, nodded, and played my part. I found the event planner and gave her the thumb drive with the video file. It is all set, I told her. Just play it right after the father of the bride's toast. She gave me a thumbs up and disappeared into the control booth. An hour into the party, the toasts began. The father of the bride gave a tearful speech. The groom's best man told a few embarrassing stories. Then the groom himself got up and gave a heartfelt tribute to his new fiancée, Sarah's best friend. As he finished, the lights in the ballroom dimmed. The event planner's voice came over the sound system. And now, a special surprise from a dear friend, a look back at some happy memories. The romantic piano music started. The slideshow began. I was standing next to Sarah near the back of the room. She squeezed my arm, a genuine smile on her face. "This is so sweet," she whispered. The first few minutes were perfect. Pictures of the happy couple flashed on the 3 large screens around the room. The guests were all smiling, some dabbing their eyes. Then the music swelled and the final 30 seconds began. The first screenshot appeared. Sarah's words, "He is a great safety net while I figure out what I really want." I felt her hand on my arm go rigid. Her smile froze. "What is this?" she hissed, her voice a strangled whisper. The next screenshot appeared. "He trusts me completely." A low murmur started to spread through the room as people read the words on the screen. People were turning, looking from the screens to Sarah, their expressions shifting from happy celebration to confused shock. And then the final screenshot, the one from the barbecue, filled the screens. "He is just lucky I have not bothered to cheat yet." The room went completely silent. The only sound was the soft piano music, which now sounded like a funeral dirge. The video ended. The screens went black. The lights came up. And in that brightly lit, silent ballroom, every single eye was on Sarah. Her face was a mask of pure, horrified disbelief. Her friends, the members of her escape committee, were staring at her, their own faces pale with shock and dawning dread. They had been exposed along with her. I turned to look at her. The beautiful, confident woman I had been with for 2 years was gone. In her place was a stranger, a person stripped bare of all her lies, standing in the wreckage of her own creation. I leaned in close, my voice a quiet whisper that only she could hear. "The joke is not funny anymore, is it?" I did not wait for an answer. I took a step back, turned, and walked out of the ballroom. I did not run. I did not look back. I just walked, my steps steady and even, leaving the chaos behind me. As the ballroom doors swung shut, I heard the first sounds of the aftermath. A woman crying, a man shouting. The storm had finally broken. My Uncle Frank was waiting for me in the hotel lobby. I had called him earlier that day and told him what I was going to do. He just nodded and said, "I will be there." He stood up as I approached. He did not ask how it went. He just looked at me, a small, proud smile on his face. "Let's go get a beer," he said. "You look like a man who just got out of prison." And he was right. I was free. Final update. It has been 6 months since the engagement party. The demolition is complete, and I have spent the time since then clearing the site and starting to build something new. The final chapter of this story is not about drama or revenge. It is about consequences and the quiet, satisfying process of moving on. The fallout from that night was immediate and absolute. The engagement party ended in chaos. Sarah had a complete meltdown. Her friends, the escape committee, were caught in the blast. The bride-to-be, her supposed best friend, was furious that her perfect night had been ruined. Their friendship, I am told, is over. Sarah's social life was obliterated. The story of what happened spread like a virus through her circle. The evidence was undeniable. She was not the victim. She was the architect of her own humiliation. The friends she had tried so hard to impress saw her for what she was, a user, a person who saw relationships as a temporary convenience. They abandoned her. She tried to launch a counter-offensive, of course. She told people I was a psycho, that I had doctored the screenshots, that I was a controlling monster. But it did not work. My reputation was solid, and her own words, displayed for all to see, were too damning. She lost her job. It turned out the fiancé of her friend, the groom from the party, was a partner at the marketing firm where she worked. He did not fire her directly. He did not have to. The work environment became so toxic, so full of whispers and sideways glances, that she was forced to resign. She had to move out of my house, of course. I had already packed her things. She sent her father to come and get them. I was not there. I left the boxes in the garage. Her father, a man I had always respected, did not even look me in the eye when I saw him briefly a few weeks later. The shame was too great. She is now living in a small apartment across town. She is working a low-level job, trying to rebuild her life. She has no friends, no partner, and a reputation that will follow her for a long time. I received one communication from her about 2 months ago. It was a long, rambling email. It was a mix of apologies, accusations, and self-pity. She wrote that the barbecue comment was the biggest mistake of her life. She wrote that she did not really mean it, that she was just trying to sound cool and detached. She wrote that my uncle was a cruel old man for giving me the advice he did. That was the line that made me realize she still did not get it. She was still blaming someone else. She was blaming her joke. She was blaming my uncle. She was blaming everyone but the person who is actually responsible, herself. I deleted the email without replying. My life is good. It is quiet. It is stable. I have been spending a lot of time with my family, with the people who formed my real foundation. My Uncle Frank and I go fishing every other weekend. We do not talk about what happened, but we do not need to. He just claps me on the back and says, "You did good, kid." The revenge was not the slideshow. It was not the public humiliation. The real revenge was in the simple act of believing her. She told me exactly who she was with that joke at the barbecue. My uncle's advice was not about revenge, it was about self-respect. He told me to believe her and I did. I took her at her word and I acted accordingly. She thought she was playing a game where she could have my stability while keeping her options open. She did not realize that for me, commitment is not a game. It is a structure. It is a promise. And when you prove that your promises are worthless, I do not get angry. I just tear down the building and start over on solid ground. And the new foundation I am building is stronger than ever. Story 3, I was rinsing dishes when Delaney placed a mug beside me and said it calm rehearsed like it was normal. "You should start packing. This house is perfect for the baby." I turned hands, still dripping the water falling onto the tile. She was rubbing her belly like she owned the place. My place. Before I could speak, Rowan walked in, all casual and warm like it was Sunday brunch. He leaned on the counter beside her and said, "The guest room's too small for a crib. Mom, Delaney needs the master. She'll be nursing." I just looked at him. My son. The same boy I used to carry in one arm while folding laundry with the other. "You've always said this house is too much for one person." Delaney continued, tone sweet as syrup. "It'll be better for everyone if you find a quieter place. We even toured a few rentals for you, something manageable." She said it like a kindness, a gift, like I should say thank you. I dried my hands, slowly folded the towel and set it on the counter. My voice stayed even. "And where exactly do you plan to put me?" Rowan shrugged. "There's a unit on Grayfield, one bedroom, close to the bus line. The same bus line I spent 20 years commuting on so I could raise him in a real home." I didn't answer them, not fully. Just nodded and walked out to the porch like my body needed air. They thought I'd go quietly. They didn't know what I already knew, the closed laptop they hadn't cleared the conversation I overheard last week when they thought I was in the garden. They didn't know I'd already seen the lease agreement with my name on it, half drafted on Rowan's desktop, ready to be printed. They didn't know about the copies I'd already made or the call I'd made the day before to a friend who owed me a favor. No, I wouldn't argue, not yet. I'd let them believe they'd won, let them measure curtains and discuss baby names in my house. I wasn't going anywhere except to get ready. 9 years ago, I stood alone on this porch after the funeral. The house was quiet, half-rotted, and mine. My husband Barrett had found the listing on a whim. "It's got bones," he'd said, walking the creaking floors like he already belonged. We never got to finish it together. 6 months after we signed the deed, he was gone, but I stayed. The walls were warped. The paint peeled in long, sad strips. The porch sagged like a tired sigh. It wasn't much, not then. But I saw what it could be, and I made a promise. I whispered to the rafters, "I'll bring it back to life, Barrett. Just wait and see." Rowan was already living with Delaney by then. I didn't ask them to help, didn't want to. I needed this house to be mine, not a favor returned or a burden shared. So I learned, books from the library, videos online. I watched and rewound and watched again. And then I did it. I hauled out old linoleum and laid each tile by hand, cut insulation until my fingers bled. The fireplace took me 3 weeks, chipped mortar reset every stone one blister at a time. The crown molding, 4 months. I stained it in the garage one brush stroke at a time, while the heater blew dust at my ankles. I grew into the house as it grew back around me. The kitchen where I learned to level cabinets is the same one Delaney now wants to repaint in muted beige. The bedroom I sanded, swept, and painted while crying into a cup of cold coffee. That's the one they called better for the baby. They didn't see the weight in the walls, the labor in the floors. They just saw square footage. I hadn't inherited a home. I had rebuilt a promise. And now Delaney wanted to plant her nursery as if that room were empty, as if my name wasn't soaked into the beams like sweat. I walked through the house again that night, touching every surface like memory. No, they couldn't just take it, but I needed more than rage. I needed a plan. It began like a slow leak, so quiet I almost missed it. One morning, I reached for my coffee mug, the one from my first solo trip after Barrett passed. It had a turquoise rim and a sun-faded logo of a tiny diner outside Santa Fe. I'd used it every morning for years, gone. In its place sat a shiny pink mug cartoon elephant, smiling up at me, glitter embedded in the ceramic like a joke. I didn't ask. I just moved it to the back of the cabinet and made coffee in a chipped white one I barely liked. That afternoon, I came home from the store and stopped short in the doorway. The living room had been rearranged. My reading chair, Barrett's chair, was no longer angled by the window where the morning light hit just right. It was shoved to the far wall, half blocking the bookshelf. Delaney appeared behind me. "Better flow," she chirped, brushing past with a swatch of pale yellow fabric. "The sunlight's too much on that side. Bad for baby skin." I stood still while she measured the curtains. Rowan didn't even look up from his phone. The next day, I reached for crackers in the pantry and found only almond flour cookies, dried fruit, and jars labeled with organic brands I didn't recognize. My shelf, my little corner with peanut butter pretzels and saltines, was empty. "Cleared the junk out," Delaney said breezily when I opened the door too long. "We're making space for what I wanted to ask, but I didn't." Then came the baby books stacked across the dining table like bricks in a tiny pink fortress, pages on sleep schedules and organic formula swaddling techniques, and nursery feng shui. I heard her voice float down the hallway to Rowan. "It's honestly silly to have an entire house just for one person. Doesn't make sense." They thought I was just a body taking up space, something outdated, disposable. But I was still here, and I'd started keeping notes. Not just memories, facts, dates, comments, patterns. If they were building a case to push me out, I'd build a record to stand on, because the house wasn't the only thing they were trying to erase. The guest room shares a wall with my office. I'd been sorting some old papers when I heard them, muffled at first, then clearer as I turned off the desk lamp and simply listened. Delaney's voice, tight and low. "Once we refinance under both names, she can't just take it back. It'll be ours legally." Then Rowan, quieter, "She's old, she'll cave. Just don't push her too hard too fast." I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I simply sat still, my hands resting on the folder in front of me. My heart didn't race. It slowed. I'd already begun consulting with a legal clinic 2 weeks earlier, run by retired lawyers volunteering their time. Quiet people, smart people, people who understood when a woman didn't want a courtroom fight, just protection. I waited until their footsteps creaked down the hallway, then slipped into the hall. Their door was closed. The house was silent again. I walked to the cabinet in the hallway where I'd kept the deed since the day Barrett and I bought the place. The lock clicked open like muscle memory. Inside, the original paperwork, notarized and dated. My name. No co-owners, no co-signers. I pulled it out and laid it flat on the kitchen table, the corners still crisp after all these years. I read every line slowly like scripture. Then I made a copy. After that, I placed the original in a manila envelope and took it upstairs, where I tucked it inside the lining of my old suitcase, the one I hadn't used since Barrett passed. No one would think to look there. The copy I left in my office drawer. Easy to find, on purpose. Let them think I was careless, that I didn't notice the whispers, the changes, the inch-by-inch invasion. They'd mistake silence for surrender. That was fine with me, because now I didn't just have suspicions, I had evidence. And tomorrow I'd take the next step, not loud, not public, but deliberate. I was done waiting for the storm to pass. I was becoming it. Delaney made pancakes that morning like she was hosting brunch, not serving notice. The smell of butter and sugar filled the kitchen, warm and cloying. She moved with confidence, flipping the last round onto a plate as if she hadn't just spent the past week slowly gutting the life I built here. She poured syrup like it was a script. Then she said it. "We found a studio apartment for you close to the transit line, not too many stairs, just until you get settled." I didn't touch my fork. Rowan stood by the fridge, arms crossed, eyes down. "We paid the deposit already. It's done, Mom, done." Like I was a project completed, a chapter closed. I folded my napkin carefully. "Did either of you ever think to ask if I was leaving?" Delaney glanced at Rowan, then back at me. Her voice softened, almost pitying. "It's for the baby. He needs space, stability." She rested a hand on her belly like a shield, like justification. I looked at it, then at her. I stood without a word, walked down the hall, and returned with a plain white envelope, no names on the outside, just weight. I placed it on the table between the butter dish and betrayal. "Read this," I said. Delaney hesitated. Rowan opened it. The first page was a copy of the deed, my name, my property, sole ownership. The second page was a ledger. 6 months of utilities, groceries, household expenses, itemized, dated, totaled. The third, a 30-day notice addressed to both of them, prepared by the same legal clinic they didn't know I'd been visiting. Rowan's face turned pale. Delaney's mouth twitched. You're evicting us. I took a sip of my coffee. I'm enforcing my rights. You've been living here rent-free. Consider this the formal correction. Neither of them spoke. I stood, adjusted my sweater, and carried my cup to the sink. The baby kicked, they said. Well, so did I, and I kicked back harder. The rest of the day, they stayed in their room, doors shut. I began making a list of everything they owed me, just in case it needed to go further. The sun hadn't even reached the back deck when Rowan came to the kitchen again, clutching the envelope like it might bite him. He placed it on the counter, staring at the bold letters across the top of the deed. Zerelda Maven, embossed, notarized, undisputed. No co-owner, no lien, no refinance, just me. Delaney stormed in moments later, hair tied up, wearing that strange smile she used when she wanted something. This is just a technicality, she said. It doesn't have to be like this. You're being cruel, I'm pregnant. I didn't blink. I reached back into the envelope and slid out 2 folded papers. 30-day notices, I said, setting them beside the deed. Effective today. Delaney stepped back like she'd been slapped. You can't be serious. Rowan tried to speak, but I cut him off. You've lived here for 6 months. I've calculated market rent, utilities, groceries, laundry supplies, and cleaning products. Itemized, that brings your balance to just over $13,000, due upon exit. Delaney's mouth opened, then closed again. No sound came out. I continued. You have until the end of next month to vacate. I've already contacted a notary to formalize the record. I expect no damage to the property, and I will be photographing the rooms today for documentation. Rowan finally found his voice. You'd really do this to us? I didn't do anything, I said. You made choices. I'm simply responding to them. Delaney's eyes narrowed. You waited for this. You planned it. I did, I said, because I had to. There was a long silence between us, long enough to feel like truth was settling into the cracks of the floor. Rowan looked at the papers like they were foreign, like they hadn't imagined this could ever touch them. Then Delaney whispered, We'll fight this. I nodded. You're free to try, but I'd suggest reading the law first. They left the kitchen. I stayed and poured myself another cup of coffee, the bitter kind. No sugar. Then I opened the drawer beside me, pulled out my notebook, and began writing the next steps. Page 1, titled Final Inventory Before Transition. The silence was their first weapon. Delaney stopped acknowledging me entirely. Doors slammed. Cabinets banged. Her heavy footsteps made sure I knew she was still queen of some imagined castle. Rowan, on the other hand, left notes. Folded scraps of paper tucked under my mug taped to the fridge slid beneath my door. Can we talk? Please don't do this. Think of the baby. But it wasn't guilt, it was fear. A week before the deadline, I was slicing apples in the kitchen when Rowan appeared behind me, hands stuffed in his hoodie pockets. She tricked me, he said, voice low. She told me it was my baby. I didn't look up right away. I finished the slice, set the knife down, then I turned. Is it? He didn't answer. His eyes dropped to the counter. He leaned against it like gravity had changed. I walked past him and picked up the manila envelope waiting on the hall table, held it out to him. This is the eviction filing, I said. Sheriff will enforce it in 7 days. He didn't take it, so I set it on the counter next to him. I didn't know he mumbled. I nodded. You didn't ask, he blinked, but I didn't stay to see if tears followed. I turned on the coffee maker and walked away. Let the silence answer for me. That night I heard them arguing upstairs. Delaney's voice sharp, frantic. Rowan's barely a whisper. Something fell, a drawer maybe, then quiet again. It started with the sound of glass. One moment the house was still. The next, something shattered. Sharp, violent, final. I didn't move. I didn't leave my room. I heard Rowan yelling. Delaney's voice, high-pitched, wild, doors opening. Then silence, the kind that sinks into the walls. I stayed where I was, cup of coffee cooling in my hand, the quiet pressing in like a thick fog. Next morning, Clara knocked. She didn't bother waiting for me to answer. She came in like she always had, head down, mission clear. You have to see this, she said, holding out her phone. It was a post on a forum. I'd never heard of, anonymous username, but the words were Rowan's. My girlfriend lied about a pregnancy to trap me, said the baby was mine. I found out too late. The story unfolded in short, jagged paragraphs. The timeline matched. So did the city. So did the details how she'd moved into his mother's house, insisted on the master bedroom, tried to get her name on the mortgage. And then the last line. 0% probability confirmed by paternity test. She cheated with her ex. I sat down at the table, letting the words hit like a wave, not pain, not shock, relief. Clara stared at me. You okay? I nodded. Then I laughed, really laughed, the kind that comes up from your ribs, messy and raw. Weeks of pressure cracked all at once. The nursery plans, the pink mug, the slow erasure of my presence, my history, my home, all of it built on a lie. A house of cards flipped by a single truth. She'd tried to trap him, she'd tried to oust me, and now the baby wasn't his, the leverage had vanished. The next morning, Rowan knocked on my bedroom door. His voice was quiet. Can we talk? I opened the door but said nothing. I just walked past him to start the coffee. He followed. She didn't slam a door, didn't cry, didn't scream. She just walked out. Two wheeled suitcases, a carry-on bag, and a purse slung over her shoulder like nothing had happened. Her hair was done, her makeup perfect. A sleek black car pulled into the driveway, idling like it knew better than to wait. Her ex stepped out. Designer sunglasses, a quiet nod. Delaney didn't glance back. She slid into the passenger seat, shut the door, and that was it, gone. Rowan stood at the front door for a long time after they drove off. He didn't speak, just stared down the street like he was waiting for something to come back that never would. Then quietly he packed two, one duffel bag, no fanfare, no confrontation. He left a note on the hallway table. I didn't open it. I just watched him from the porch as he pulled out of the driveway, eyes heavy, shoulders slumped. My son. The same boy who once danced on this deck with popsicle juice on his chin, now just a man who'd been fooled and let it happen. When the house was finally still, I walked back inside and pulled my chair, Barrett's chair, to the window again. The one Delaney had shoved against the wall to open the space. I set it right where it belonged, where the morning light always landed. I poured myself a proper cup of coffee and sat down, letting the quiet settle not as absence but as return. This was my house again, not just in name, in presence. The air felt cleaner, the walls no longer listening to schemes. The corners no longer crowded by baby books and glitter mugs and fake promises. Then I opened the guest room door. Clean sheets, empty hangers, no scent of perfume or spite. But not for long, because that room wasn't meant to be claimed by force or lies. It had been built with intention, mine, and I knew exactly who deserved it next. I walked to my office, opened the bottom drawer, and took out a letter I'd been saving. The address was written months ago, and today it was finally time to send it. I didn't want revenge. I wanted restoration. After the house was quiet again, truly quiet, I opened the guest room windows and let the light pour in. I stripped the bed, aired. The mattress painted the walls a soft sage green, the kind of green that doesn't demand attention but welcomes it. I bought new sheets. Clean, warm, simple. Added a small desk and a sturdy bookshelf, a lamp with a soft yellow glow. Then I picked up the phone and called the local women's shelter. I have a spare room, I said. It's quiet, private, safe. The woman on the other end paused, then asked, would you be open to short-term placement for transitional residents? Just a few weeks at a time, I said yes. That was 3 months ago. Now once every season a woman arrives with whatever she has, sometimes just a suitcase, sometimes only silence. I give them 2 months. Rent-free. No questions about the past, just a soft landing. A chance to exhale. Last week Poppy arrived. She was in her 50s like me. Wore a raincoat too big for her shoulders and carried one cardboard box taped shut with care. Her eyes were tired but not broken. There was something in them that looked like fire trying to find air. I opened the door for her and said, welcome. She stepped inside, looked around the room, then at me. I handed her the key. You're safe now. She didn't cry. She just nodded and set the box down gently on the floor. I left her alone after that. Some people need conversation. Some need space. What they all need is dignity. This house once filled with whispered betrayals and thinly veiled grabs for power has changed. It's no longer a battleground. It's a sanctuary. And me, I am still here. Not as a woman who was erased, but one who rewrote her own story. And now when the light hits the reading chair just right, I sit with my coffee, never tea, and let the peace settle in deep, because this space is mine and I've filled it with something stronger than bitterness. I've filled it with purpose. Story 4. My fiancé confessed, these twins aren't yours. I'm choosing their real father. At 8 months pregnant, I said best decision ever. The paternity test I'd already done had a plot twist she didn't see coming. My 29 male was folding baby clothes when Melody dropped the bomb. 8 months pregnant, twins kicking visibly under her maternity dress. She sat me down with this rehearsed look on her face. Derek, we need to talk about the babies. I kept folding the tiny onesie, yellow with ducks. What about them? They're not yours. I've been seeing someone else and I want to be with him. The real father, the onesie slipped from my hands. Not because I was shocked, because I was trying not to laugh. I'd known for 6 weeks. The paternity test results were tucked in my desk drawer dated 3 weeks ago. But here's the thing, she was wrong about who the father was. Best decision ever, I said, meaning every word. Her face went through like 5 different expressions. Wait, what? I said it's the best decision. When do you want to move out? Derek, did you hear me? The twins aren't yours. Yeah, I heard. So who's the lucky guy? I picked up another onesie. Blue this time, she shifted uncomfortably. His name is Garrett. For my yoga class, we've been involved for about a year. A year. Our entire engagement, I nodded, folding methodically. Cool, does he know you're telling me today? Yes, he's actually waiting outside. He wanted to be here for support. Support for who? You or me? I couldn't help the sarcasm. This isn't a joke, Derek. I'm carrying another man's children. And you want to be with him, I get it. Seriously, Melody, I'm not fighting this. She stood up, pacing now. You're being weird. Why aren't you angry? Would it change anything? You made your choice. I expected, I don't know, something. You were so excited about the twins. I was. Until my buddy Jerome, who works at the same hospital where we did our 20-week ultrasound, let slip that Melody had listed some dude named Garrett as her emergency contact. Not her fiancé. That started my digging. Tell Garrett he can come in. Might as well meet him properly. She practically ran to the door. Garrett walked in looking like every yoga instructor stereotype: man bun, spiritual tattoos, probably drinks his own kombucha. He offered his hand. Derek, I want you to know I never meant save it, I said, shaking his hand. You two figured out living arrangements. They exchanged glances. Melody spoke up. I thought I'd stay here until the babies come, then we'll figure out. Nah, I pulled out my phone. I'll get movers here tomorrow. Where should they take your stuff? Derek, I'm 8 months pregnant. You can't just kick me out. I'm not kicking you out. You chose him, so go be with him. Unless I looked at Garrett. You don't have space for her. His face went red. I have roommates. We're looking for a place. Roommates? Bro, she's about to pop out to kids and you have roommates. It's temporary. Melody jumped in. Garrett's art is taking off. He just needs time. His art. I actually laughed. What kind of art? Interpretive sculpture using recycled materials. Garrett said with zero irony. So trash art. Cool. Well, good luck with that. Melody, movers tomorrow at noon. Be ready. This is my home too. I have rights. It's my house, my name only. You have zero rights here. The thing is, I'd almost added her name to the deed 6 months ago. Thank God for lazy paperwork. Where am I supposed to go? She was tearing up now. Ask your baby daddy. Oh wait, he lives with roommates. I turned to Garrett. How many roommates we talking? 3, he mumbled. 3? My dude, you raw-dogged another man's fiancé and you can't even offer her a bedroom. Melody's tears were flowing now. Derek, please, the stress isn't good for the babies. Then leave, stress solved. Garrett stepped forward. You're being cruel, am I? I'm not the one who spent a year lying. I'm not the one who got pregnant by someone who can't even provide housing. But sure, I'm cruel. The universe brought Melody and me together, Garrett said. You can't fight destiny. I'm literally not fighting anything. Take her, please, I'm begging you. They left an hour later, Melody crying, Garrett looking constipated. I celebrated with a beer and started packing her stuff. Update 1. Yo, the entitlement escalated quick. Let me break down the greatest hits. First, Melody's mom called. This woman, who gave me a world's best son-in-law mug last Christmas, tried to guilt me into taking Melody back. She made a mistake, Derek. You don't abandon family over mistakes. She's not my family, Lorraine. That's kind of the whole point. Those babies need a father. They have one. Trash sculpture guy. Garrett can't provide for them. You have a real job. Sounds like something Melody should have considered before letting him hit it raw. She called me some names I won't repeat and hung up. Then came the Flying Monkey Brigade, her friends blowing up my phone about how I'm heartless, how pregnant women make impulsive decisions, how I should man up. I posted all their messages on my Instagram story with the caption, "When you find out your friend is a cheater and you still defend them." Lost some mutual friends, gained my dignity. But the real entertainment came from Garrett himself. This MF showed up at my office. Security called up like, "There's a gentleman here with crystals." I went down out of curiosity. He was in the lobby with actual healing crystals. "Derek, we need to talk about energy transfer. The only transfer I care about is Melody's stuff out of my house. I mean the energetic connection between you and the twins. Even though they're biologically mine, they've been absorbing your energy for months." I stared at him. "Are you high right now? I'm serious. I need you to formally release your energetic claim so I can properly bond with them." "Sure thing." I waved my hands around. I released the energy. "There, we good. You're mocking something sacred. Garrett, my guy, you're standing in an accounting firm with healing crystals asking me to release energy claims on kids you made while banging my fiancée. We left reality a while ago. He tried to hand me the crystals. At least take these. They'll help with your anger." "I'm not angry. I'm literally the least angry person in the situation." "Then why won't you help Melody?" "Because she chose you. Remember, the universe brought you together, so let the universe pay her rent. But here's where it gets good. Remember how I mentioned I had a paternity test done? Well, I didn't just do it on a whim. See, Melody's cycle tracking app was synced to our shared iPad. She forgot about that. According to the app, she was nowhere near ovulation when these twins were conceived. But she was when she went to her high school reunion in another state. So I did some digging. Found her tagged in photos from that weekend. Lots of pics with her ex, Brendan, dude she dated for 6 years before me. Recently divorced Brendan, still looks exactly the same. Brendan, I didn't just test for my DNA. I tested against Garrett's too. Dude leaves his water bottles everywhere. Getting a sample was easy when he came for dinner once. Neither of us is the father. Update 2, she's still texting me asking for money, not even subtle about it either. Derek, I need $300 for prenatal vitamins. Derek, the twins need a crib. Can you Venmo me? Derek, I know we're not together, but surely you care about innocent babies. I responded once. Ask Garrett, or better yet, ask Brendan. Then I blocked her. 20 minutes later, Garrett's calling from her phone. What did you mean about Brendan? Nothing. Hey, did you guys find a place yet? We're working on it. Wait, who's Brendan? Nobody. So where's Melody staying? With her mom. But seriously, who? I hung up. Lorraine called next. Derek, what did you say to Garrett? He's asking Melody about someone named Brendan, just making conversation. She's very upset. The stress isn't good for the babies. Yeah, I know. Maybe she should have thought about that before the reunion. Long pause. What reunion? Nothing. Gotta go. The text started flooding in from Melody. What did you tell Garrett? Why are you mentioning Brendan? Derek, please call me. This isn't funny. Derek, I didn't respond, but I did text my boy Jerome. You free Saturday? I'm buying drinks. Got a story that'll blow your mind. Then Melody did something I didn't expect. She showed up at my house at 11 p.m. Garrett in tow, demanding to know what I knew about Brendan. I answered the door in my boxers. It's late. What do you know? She was frantic. About what? About Brendan, about the reunion. I know you had a good time, saw the photos. You two look cozy. Garrett stepped forward. What photos? I pulled up her tagged photos on my phone, handed it to him. These ones. Check out July 15th through 17th. He scrolled through, his face changing colors like a mood ring. Melody tried to grab the phone. Those don't mean anything. We were just catching up. At 3 a.m., I pointed to a timestamp. In his hotel room, that was a guess, but her face confirmed it. Garrett handed me my phone back. His voice was scary calm. Melody, we need to talk. It's not what it looks like. Brendan means nothing. Then why didn't you mention seeing him? Because I knew you'd overreact. I stepped back. Y'all want to come inside for this or? They ignored me arguing on my porch. Garrett demanding answers, Melody deflecting. Finally, he turned to me. Do you think the twins are Brendan's? I shrugged. Does it matter? You two are destined, right? The universe wants you together. Stop mocking me. Are they Brendan's? I don't know, man. Why don't you ask for a paternity test? Melody lost it. You don't get to suggest that. You kicked me out. You abandoned me. I let you go be with your baby daddy. If that's not Garrett, that's really more of a you problem. She lunged at me, 8 months pregnant, and she tried to swing. Garrett held her back. I need to know, he said quietly. Are they mine? Garrett, of course they're yours. Melody was full on sobbing. Derek's just trying to break us up. Then you won't mind a test, I said. I'm not putting my babies through unnecessary procedures because of your spite. It's a blood test, not surgery. Unless you're scared of the results. Garrett was staring at her. Melody, is there any chance they're not mine? How can you ask me that? After everything we've been through, that's not a no and everyone heard it. Garrett walked off my porch without another word. Melody screamed after him, then turned on me. You ruined everything. Nah, that was all you. I just pointed out the timeline. Why couldn't you just let me go? Why did you have to say anything? Because you tried to play me for a fool, and Garrett and probably Brendan too. I hate you. Cool, get off my porch. She waddled away, still crying. I went back to bed and slept like a baby. Unlike Melody, who sent me 73 texts overnight about how I'm Satan incarnate. Update 3. The plot twist nobody saw coming. So Garrett demanded a prenatal paternity test. Melody fought it hard, but he threatened to bounce if she didn't do it. She caved. I know this because Garrett called me. You were right, they're not mine. Sorry, bro, are they yours? Nope, got tested weeks ago. So they're this Brendan guy's, probably. Even a bail. Long pause. I don't know, I love her. You love someone who cheated on you while cheating with you. When you put it like that, how else would you put it? He hung up. But the story doesn't end there. Brendan, it turns out, is married. Reconciled with his ex-wife right after the reunion. Melody didn't know. She found out when she Facebook messaged him about the babies, and his wife responded. The wife called me. Don't ask how she got my number. Is this Derek, Melody's ex? Yeah, I'm Natasha, Brendan's wife. We need to talk. We met at a coffee shop. She brought receipts, literal credit card receipts from the reunion weekend. Hotel charges, dinner for two, breakfast. He told me he was rooming with his buddy Craig, she said. Craig must have loved the romantic dinner. She wasn't amused. I'm pregnant too, 4 months. We reconciled literally 2 weeks after that reunion. Oh snap. Yeah, oh snap. So these twins are probably your husband's. She stirred her coffee for like a full minute. I'm not leaving him, that's your choice. But I'm not raising his affair babies either, also fair. What's Melody's plan? Last I heard, she was trying to convince her yoga instructor baby daddy to stay. The one she cheated on you with. That's the one. Jesus, this is a mess. Hey, I'm just the ex-fiancé who dodged a bullet. She laughed bitterly. Must be nice to be able to walk away. I mean, you could too. I'm pregnant with his child. A child conceived in our marriage. After he raw-dogged his ex at a reunion, you don't pull punches, why would I? Your husband played stupid games. This is his stupid prize. She left with Brendan's test results to confront him. I went home to find Melody parked outside my house. Garrett's crappy Prius nowhere in sight. He left me, she said as I walked up. Okay, Derek, I'm scared. I'm about to have twins and I'm alone. You're not alone, you have your mom and Brendan. Brendan's married, so were you engaged. Didn't stop either of you. This isn't funny. I could go into labor any day. Then why are you at my house instead of home resting? Because I need help. You loved me once. I loved who I thought you were. That person doesn't exist. Derek, please. Just until I figure things out, I'll sleep on the couch. Absolutely not. These are innocent babies whose father is alive and married and probably getting his ass handed to him by his wife right now. Not my problem. You're really going to let me struggle? I'm going to let you figure out the consequences of your choices. Yeah. I'll tell everyone you knew I was pregnant and abandoned me. Tell them. Tell them how you got pregnant cheating on me with a yoga instructor who doesn't exist because the babies are actually your ex's. See how that goes. She started ugly crying, not the cute tears from before. Full-on snot bubble sobbing. I fucked up, okay? I fucked up everything. Are you happy? I'm neutral. This has nothing to do with me anymore. How can you be so cold? How can you be so entitled? You blew up our life, tried to baby trap another dude, got knocked up by a married man, and now want me to save you? The audacity is honestly impressive. I'm not entitled, I'm desperate. Hi, desperate, I'm done with your bullshit, please leave. She drove off, but not before her mom called to scream at me some more. I let it go to voicemail. Final update. The twins are here, 2 boys, born healthy despite all the drama. Brendan was forced to come clean to Natasha about everything. She didn't leave him, but she made him get a vasectomy and a post-nuptial agreement. He's paying child support but wants nothing to do with the twins. Melody put his name on the birth certificates. Garrett actually tried to make it work for about a week after the twins were born, even showed up at the hospital. But reality hit when he realized newborn twins don't give a crap about chakras and energy healing. He bounced back to his roommates. Melody is living with her mom, who's basically raising the twins while Melody recovers from the trauma. She's already on dating apps. Her bio says, single mom of two looking for a real man who steps up. The delusion is strong. She sent me pictures of the twins with the message, they could have been yours. I replied they never were mine, that's literally the entire point. She tried one last manipulation. I'll tell them their dad abandoned them before they were born, tell them the truth. Their mom couldn't keep track of whose dick was whose, see how that goes when they're older. She blocked me after that. Small miracles. The wedding venue gave me half my deposit back since I canceled so far out. Used it for a sick gaming setup. The nursery is now my office. The crib became a donation to a women's shelter. Jerome and I have beers every Friday. He's seen some shit at the hospital, but he says my story tops most of them. Natasha actually reached out last week to thank me for exposing everything. Said it hurt like hell, but at least now she knows who she married. We're not friends or anything, but there's a weird mutual respect. And Melody. Last I heard from Lorraine, who still calls sometimes. She's convinced her next boyfriend will adopt the twins, and there'll be one big happy family. She's already introduced 3 different guys to the babies. It's been a month. I'm good though. Therapy helped process the betrayal, but honestly, that paternity test saved my life. Not because the twins weren't mine. I knew that was likely. But because it forced Melody to show her true colors before I legally tied myself to her. Dodged a nuclear missile, not just a bullet. To anyone reading this in a similar situation, trust your gut. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. And never ever ignore red flags because you're in love. Also, always check if their cycle tracking app is still synced to shared devices. That's literally how this all started. Peace out. Story 5. She said, if you really loved me, you'd co-sign this loan for my ex. He needs help starting over. I laughed. She didn't. But when she showed up to the bank with him, the documents she saw waiting on the desk changed everything. Every relationship has that one person on the outside who just seems to be waiting for it to fail. For me, that person was my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, Kevin. He was less of a person and more of a walking, talking, bad investment, and for some reason my girlfriend Maya thought he was the next big thing. For 4 years, I thought Maya and I were building something solid. We lived in my condo, a place I'd bought with the first serious money I ever made. We were a team, or so I believed. She was a marketing manager, smart and charismatic, and we were on the same page about our future. We had a joint savings account for a house, we talked about marriage, about kids. The blueprint was sound. I wasn't carrying her, we were walking the path together. But every portfolio has one high-risk, junk bond stock that you hold onto for sentimental reasons. Maya's was Kevin. He was a walking, talking, cautionary tale. A guy in his early 30s who had never quite outgrown his college-level ambition, which was to get by with as little effort as possible. He was a serial entrepreneur, which meant he had a new, brilliant, world-changing idea every 6 months, none of which ever got further than a hastily designed logo and a request for seed money from his friends and family. He was charming, in a slick used car salesman kind of way, and had a permanent aura of victimhood. The world was always against him. The timing was never right. The investors were just too blind to see his genius. Maya's relationship with him was a source of quiet, consistent friction between us. She had a massive savior complex when it came to Kevin. They had dated for years before me, and she still saw him as the brilliant, misunderstood artist he pretended to be. She was the only one who got him. She was his safety net, his cheerleader, and as I would soon discover, his unofficial line of credit. He just needs one good break, she would tell me, after another one of his brilliant ideas had fizzled out, leaving him temporarily short on rent. He's not like you, Jake. He doesn't have your stability. He's a creative. I just nod and bite my tongue. I'm not a jealous man, I'm a risk assessor by trade. I manage finances for a living, and Kevin was the riskiest asset I had ever seen. But I loved Maya and I trusted her judgment even when my own internal alarms were screaming. The situation came to a head last month. Kevin, it seemed, had his masterpiece idea. A gourmet, artisanal, farm-to-table food truck. It was, of course, going to revolutionize the culinary world. He had the name, he had the logo, he had a vague idea about serving expensive tacos. All he needed was a $100,000 business loan to buy the truck and get started. Predictably, every bank in the city had laughed him out of the building. His credit score was a joke. He had no assets, and his business plan was apparently written on a napkin. So he went to his safety net. He went to Maya, and Maya in turn came to me. She sat me down on the couch, her face a mask of serious, heartfelt concern. She told me about Kevin's dream, about how this was his one real shot. And then she delivered the ask. He just needs a cosigner, Jake, she said, her eyes wide and pleading, just to get him on his feet. The bank said with a strong cosigner the loan would be a sure thing. I waited for the punchline. There wasn't one. You want me, I said slowly, to cosign a $100,000 loan for your ex-boyfriend, a man who has never successfully managed a project in his life. Her face hardened. The pleading look was gone, replaced by a cold disappointment. I knew you wouldn't understand, she said. This isn't about you. This is about helping someone who is struggling. This is about empathy. Then she played her final card. She reached out and took my hand. If you really loved me, she said, her voice a low, serious whisper, you'd do this. You'd cosign this loan for my ex. He needs help starting over. It's a test of your commitment to me, to what I care about. I just looked at her. A test. She was presenting me with a demand that could potentially ruin me financially. A demand to underwrite the fantasy of a proven failure. And she was framing it as a test of my love. I did something she did not expect. I laughed. It was not a mean laugh. It was a laugh of pure, unadulterated disbelief. The kind of laugh you let out when a client tells you they want to invest their entire retirement fund in a company that sells diet water for cats. It was the laugh of a professional who has just been presented with the single worst investment proposal of his entire career. She did not laugh. Her face went rigid with anger. I'm serious, Jake. I know you are, I said, my laughter dying down, replaced by a cold, professional calm. And that's the terrifying part. I saw the argument coming. The tears, the accusations of being cold and unfeeling. I did not want to have that argument because you never argue with a bad investment. You just divest. And I suddenly saw a way to do it cleanly, efficiently, and in a way that would provide a much-needed and very painful market correction. Okay, I said, my tone shifting to one of professional consideration. I'll do it. Her angry expression melted into a look of stunned, triumphant relief. You will? I will, I said, on one condition. I don't sign anything without doing my own due diligence. That's how I operate. We will all three of us, you, me, and Kevin, go to my bank. We will sit down with my personal loan officer, a woman named Carol, who has handled my finances for 10 years. We will present her with Kevin's business plan, and we will go over all the numbers. If she agrees that it's a viable investment and that the risk is manageable, I will sign the papers right there on the spot. She was ecstatic. She threw her arms around me, telling me I was the best man in the world. She saw this as a mere formality, a little hoop she had to jump through to get what she wanted. She had no idea that I was not agreeing to a loan application. I was scheduling a corporate restructuring of our entire relationship. She called Kevin immediately, her voice bubbling with excitement. He was thrilled, of course. They were a team, celebrating their victory over the boring, practical guy who had finally seen the light. They thought they had just secured their funding. They had no idea they were about to be served with a notice of bankruptcy. The week leading up to the bank meeting was a study in arrogance. Maya was walking on air, treating me with a kind of benevolent condescension. She was the visionary who had successfully managed her stubborn, small-minded partner. Kevin was even worse. He called me, for the first time ever, to thank me. Hey man, I just wanted to say, I really appreciate you stepping up, he said, his voice slick with false sincerity. Maya always said you were a good guy deep down. I guess you just needed a little push to see the bigger picture. I just told him I was looking forward to seeing his business plan. I spent that week preparing. I did not need to do much digging on Kevin. His life was a public record of failures, but I did a deep dive on my own finances, specifically on the quiet, steady drain that had been happening for the past 2 years. Maya was smart. She never asked me for large sums of money. It was always small things. Can you spot me for my car payment this month? I'm a little short. My credit card is maxed out. Can you just put these groceries on yours? Kevin needs $500 to fix his van. I'll pay you back next week. She never did, of course. I had let it slide because I loved her and because I could afford it. I had filed it under the acceptable losses of a long-term partnership. Now I recategorized it. It was no longer a loss, it was a debt. I went through 2 years of bank statements and credit card bills. I documented every single dollar that had flowed from my accounts to hers or to cover her expenses, outside of our agreed-upon 50-50 split on household bills. Every car payment, every student loan installment she had forgotten, every Venmo request from her that I had paid. I also tracked down every cash withdrawal she had made from our joint account, cross-referencing them with texts where she had mentioned needing to help Kevin. The final number was shocking, even to me. Over the course of 2 years, she had funneled nearly $20,000 of my money into her own life and into the black hole that was Kevin. I put it all into a single, beautiful, and utterly damning spreadsheet. Then I had my lawyer draft 2 documents. The first was a formal loan agreement, turning the $20,000 into a legally binding debt from Maya to me with a standard interest rate, due in full upon the dissolution of our domestic partnership. The second document was the dissolution of our domestic partnership. The day of the meeting arrived. I met Maya and Kevin in the lobby of the bank. They were a picture of smug confidence. Kevin was wearing a new suit, probably bought with the last dregs of Maya's credit. He was carrying a thin folder that supposedly contained his business plan. Maya squeezed my hand. "You're doing a great thing, Jake," she whispered. We were shown into a large, glass-walled conference room. My loan officer, Carol, was already there. Carol is a woman in her 60s with a no-nonsense demeanor and eyes that can spot a fraudulent expense report from 100 paces. I had briefed her the day before. She was not just my loan officer today. She was my co-counsel. We all sat down. Kevin, with a flourish, slid his folder across the polished table to Carol. "I think you'll find it's a very exciting opportunity," he said. Carol did not even open it. She just pushed it to the side. "We'll get to that," she said, her voice crisp. "But first we have a pre-existing financial matter to address. My primary responsibility is to my client, Mr. Henderson. Before I can advise him on taking on a significant new liability, such as co-signing a $100,000 high-risk business loan, we need to clear up his current liabilities and exposure." She turned to me. "Jake, you have the documents." I placed a thick, professionally bound folder on the table. I slid one copy to Maya and another to Kevin. "What's this?" Maya asked, her smile faltering for the first time. "That," I said, "is our due diligence. Open it." She opened the folder. The first page was the spreadsheet, $20,000 of her life laid out in black and white with dates, amounts, and reasons. I watched her face as she scanned the pages, the color slowly draining from it. Kevin leaned over to look, his smug expression turning to one of confused anger. "What is this?" "This is private." "No," I said. "It's my bank statement and it's the reason we're here. You see, before I can co-sign a loan for you, Kevin, I need to be sure that my own financial house is in order. And it seems there's a significant, unsecured debt on my books. A $20,000 loan that I have apparently extended to my partner, who has in turn been using it to fund you." I turned to Maya. "The second document in that folder is a repayment agreement. It formalizes the debt you owe me. I need you to sign it." She just stared at me, her mouth opening and closing but no words coming out. "And the final document," I said, "is a dissolution of domestic partnership. It outlines the terms of our separation. It includes a timeline for you to vacate my property and a final accounting of our shared assets, which, as you know, are minimal since I have been covering the majority of our expenses." I leaned back in my chair. So here is the situation. I cannot, in good conscience, take on a new financial risk while my current partnership is so clearly a bad investment. Therefore, this is what is going to happen. You, Maya, are going to sign the repayment agreement for the $20,000 you owe me. You are also going to sign the dissolution agreement, ending our relationship. Once those are signed and notarized, and yes, Carol is also a notary, we can discuss the next steps. I turned to Kevin. "And you, Kevin, once Maya is no longer my financial dependent, and once she has a legally binding debt to me that will be reflected on her credit report, I am sure Carol will be more than happy to look at your business plan and consider your loan application on its own merits, with Maya as your potential cosigner." The trap was sprung. The silence in the room was absolute. Maya was staring at the documents, her hands shaking. She looked at me, her eyes full of a dawning, horrified understanding. She had walked in here expecting to secure a future for her ex-boyfriend. Instead, she was being presented with a bill for her past and an eviction notice from her present. Kevin, for his part, looked like he had been electrocuted. He looked at Maya, not with love or concern, but with the pure, panicked rage of a parasite whose host has just been quarantined. "You can't do this," Maya finally whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. Carol, the lone officer, finally spoke. "Actually," she said, her voice as dry as dust, "these documents are all perfectly legal. Now, do you have a pen, or shall I provide one?" The aftermath was as messy and as satisfying as I had anticipated. Maya refused to sign at first. She and Kevin stormed out of the bank, but the reality of her situation set in quickly. She had no legal leg to stand on. The evidence was all there in my bank statements. My lawyer sent a follow-up letter, making it clear that if she did not sign the agreements, I would pursue the matter in civil court, a process that would be far more public and far more expensive for her. A week later, a signed and notarized copy of the documents arrived at my office via courier. She had to move out, of course. She is now living with her parents. The $20,000 debt she owes me is a formal judgment against her. It has destroyed her credit. She will be paying me back in small, court-ordered installments for a very long time. Every payment is a reminder of the choice she made. Her relationship with Kevin imploded. The moment he realized she was no longer a source of income, but a source of debt, his affection for her vanished. He is now, for the first time, completely on his own. His artisanal food truck, it seems, will have to wait. I did not do this to be cruel. I did it because it was the only logical solution. She presented me with a bad investment, a deal that was all risk and no reward, so I did what any good financial planner would do. I cut my losses, hedged my assets, and divested from a partnership that was destined to fail. She wanted me to co-sign a loan to help him start over. Instead, I made her sign a loan that is forcing her to do the same. And that is what I call a sound return on investment. Story 6, she said, "Stop acting like we're married. You don't get a say in where I go or who I'm with." Everyone laughed. I just smiled and stayed quiet. But when she came back from her weekend away, her tea didn't work, and the neighbor told her exactly why. My girlfriend Jessica and I have a fundamental disagreement about the nature of reality. I believe that if you live in someone's house, eat their food, and use their Wi-Fi, you are in a partnership. Jessica believes she's a celestial body, and I'm a small, insignificant planet caught in her gravitational pull. We've been together for 2 years, and for the last 6 months, she's been living in my house. My name is on the mortgage, my name is on the bills, and my name is on the little plaque by the door that says the Wilsons, which she bought without asking me and now seems wildly optimistic. I'm a pretty easygoing guy. I like my quiet life. I work from home as a graphic designer, I have a couple of good friends, and my idea of a wild Friday night is trying a new brand of frozen pizza. Jessica is not like that. Her life is a performance and her audience is her 3 best friends, a cackling Greek chorus I privately refer to as the Harpies. Their names are Tiffany, Brittany, and whatever the third one's name is. Let's call her Chardonnay. The issue at hand came up last weekend. I was making dinner and Jessica waltzed into the kitchen. Phone pressed to her ear, already dressed to go out. She was in the middle of a loud, one-sided conversation with the Harpies. "Oh my God, yes, I am so in," she said into the phone. "A weekend away is exactly what I need." "No, he's not coming, don't be ridiculous." She hung up and looked at me, beaming. "Good news, the girls and I are going to the lake for the weekend, leaving tomorrow." This was the first I was hearing of it. "Oh, okay," I said, stirring the pasta sauce. "Sounds fun." "Which lake are you all heading to?" It was a simple logistical question. A question a normal person in a normal relationship might ask. Jessica, however, looked at me as if I had just asked her to explain quantum physics in ancient Greek. She let out a short, sharp laugh and turned to her friend Tiffany, who had just walked in the door. "Can you believe him?" Jessica said, rolling her eyes. "He wants to know where I'm going." Tiffany scoffed, looking me up and down like I was a piece of furniture she was considering throwing out. Jessica then turned back to me, put her hands on her hips and delivered the line that would echo through the halls of history, or at least through my immediate future. "Stop acting like we're married. You don't get a say in where I go or who I'm with." The Harpies, who had all assembled in my kitchen by this point, burst into laughter. It was a symphony of derision. They genuinely thought this was the peak of comedy. A man in his own home being told he has no right to ask a simple question about his live-in girlfriend's plans. Hilarious. I just stood there, holding a wooden spoon with pasta sauce dripping onto the floor, and I didn't get mad. I didn't argue. A strange, zen-like calm washed over me. The part of my brain that was trying to make this relationship work just packed its tiny bags, put on a tiny hat, and quietly left the building. I looked at her smug, smiling face, and I just smiled back. A big, friendly, completely empty smile. "You know what?" I said, my voice full of cheerful agreement. "You are 100% correct. My mistake." They all laughed again, thinking I was just backing down. Jessica gave me a condescending little pat on the cheek, and then they all swept out of the house, off to some pre-weekend away cocktail hour. I stood in the kitchen for a long moment, the silence broken only by the bubbling of the pasta sauce. "Okay," I said to myself, a new, much more interesting plan beginning to form. Not married, no say, got it. The weekend was going to be fun after all, just not for her. Update 1. The moment Jessica's car, presumably packed with 5 different types of glitter and a case of rosé, disappeared down the street on Friday afternoon, I sprang into action. My first move wasn't packing or cleaning. It was a mission of strategic importance. I walked next door to Mrs. Gable's house. Mrs. Gable is an 80-year-old widow with a sweet smile, a prize-winning rose garden, and a surveillance network that would make the CIA jealous. Nothing happens on our street without her knowing about it. I brought her a slice of the lemon cake she likes and sat with her on her porch. "Mrs. Gable," I said, after we had discussed the weather and the moral failings of the neighborhood squirrels, "I have a bit of a situation and I need your help. It involves a small bit of theater." Her eyes lit up. The woman loves drama more than she loves her roses. I explained what had happened. I told her Jessica's exact words, "Stop acting like we're married." I didn't have to embellish. The unvarnished truth was damning enough. By the time I finished, Mrs. Gable was patting my hand with a look of righteous fury on her face. "That shameless little hussy," she declared. "Don't you worry, Tom, you leave it to me." "What's my line?" I gave her a simple script. When Jessica returned, and inevitably found herself locked out, she was to act confused and deliver a few key pieces of information. Mrs. Swell, Gable took to the task with the enthusiasm of a seasoned Broadway actress preparing for opening night. With my accomplice secured, I returned home to begin what I called Operation Bachelor Pad Resurrection. My house for the last 6 months had been a sea of beige pillows, pointless little bowls that held nothing, and art that looked like a printer had run out of ink halfway through the job. It was time to reclaim my territory. I didn't just pack Jessica's things, I curated them. I got a bunch of boxes and a thick black marker. The first box was labeled Everyday Clothes. The second, Fancy Clothes for fancy outings I wasn't invited to. The third, and my personal favorite, Magic Sparkly Dresses that shed glitter on everything I own. Her 37 pairs of identical-looking high heels went into a box marked a podiatrist's nightmare. Her mountain of makeup and skincare products was packed into boxes labeled face paint and various goops. By Saturday morning, every trace of her physical existence was boxed up. I hired a couple of guys from a moving app and we loaded everything into a 10 by 15-foot storage unit. I paid for 1 month, a generous, non-marital gesture I thought. With the house cleared of her belongings, the real fun began. I went on a shopping spree. I rolled up the beige rug and replaced it with an AstroTurf rug that looked like a football field. I sold her sterile white couch online and bought a gigantic black leather recliner sofa with approximately 16 cup holders. Her sad, minimalist coffee table was replaced by a vintage pinball machine I found on Craigslist. It didn't work, but it lit up and that's what mattered. The bedroom was next. I took down the weird macrame thing she had hung over the bed and replaced it with a framed poster of a grizzly bear catching a salmon in its mouth. It felt right. My final and most brilliant move happened on Saturday afternoon. I drove to the local animal shelter just to look. An hour later, I came home with a 120-pound Saint Bernard puppy named Gus. Gus was not a small dog. He was a furry, drooling, lovable wrecking ball. He immediately claimed the new leather sofa as his own and fell asleep, snoring like a lumberjack. The house was transformed. It was no longer a showroom for a sad beige life. It was a fortress of glorious, unapologetic bachelorhood. I spent the rest of the weekend playing fetch with Gus, drinking beer from the bottle in my own living room and changing all the passwords. The new Wi-Fi network was named Get Your Own Wi-Fi and the password was not married LOL. On Sunday evening, I sat on my 16-cup holder sofa with Gus's giant head in my lap and waited. The storm was coming, and for the first time in a long time, I felt completely utterly prepared. Update 2. Sunday night, around 9 p.m., my video doorbell sent a notification to my phone. There she was. Jessica, looking tan from her weekend at the lake, strolled up to my front door, humming. The comedy began almost immediately. She tried her tea. It slid into the lock but didn't turn. The new deadbolt I'd installed that morning was doing its job. She jiggled it, a look of mild annoyance on her face. She tried it again. Then she let out an exasperated sigh and started banging on the door. From the couch, Gus lifted his massive head, let out a deep, rumbling woof, and then went back to sleep. Jessica started calling my phone. I watched it vibrate on the pinball machine, took a calm sip of my beer, and hit decline. She called again, declined. This cycle repeated 5 times. The banging on the door got louder. Tom opened the door. "What is wrong with you?" "My tea isn't working." I remained silent. This was all part of the show. After another 5 minutes of increasingly frantic pounding, she seemed to give up. The doorbell camera showed her pacing on the porch, running her hands through her hair, and then right onto a porch light flickered on next door. It was Mrs. Gable in her house coat, holding a watering can. "Oh, Jessica, dear, is that you?" Mrs. Gable called out, her voice a perfect blend of surprise and neighborly concern. "Mrs. Gable, thank God," Jessica said, rushing over to the edge of my porch. "I can't get in. My key isn't working. Is Tom home? I can see the lights on." "Oh, Tom's home," Mrs. Gable said, nodding sagely. "He's had the most wonderful weekend. A real transformation." "Transformation? What are you talking about?" "Well, he told me the good news," Mrs. Gable said, leaning on her railing conspiratorially. "He said you two aren't married. He said he doesn't get a say in anything you do, so he decided to celebrate his newfound freedom. He redecorated the whole house. It's a man's home now," he said, very rugged. Jessica just stared, her mouth hanging open. "And the best part," Mrs. Gable continued, barely containing her glee, "he got a dog, a great big beautiful boy named Gus. He said he wanted a companion who was loyal and didn't talk back. Isn't that sweet?" The look on Jessica's face was a masterpiece of disbelief and horror. She slowly turned and peered through my living room window. From my vantage point on the couch, I saw her face pressed against the glass. Her eyes widened as she took in the scene. The football field rug, the pinball machine, and the giant snoring Saint Bernard occupying her spot on the new sofa. She let out a sound that was somewhere between a scream and a sob. She whipped out her phone and started texting me. My phone lit up with a novel's worth of angry all-caps messages. That's when I decided to respond. I sent her a single, simple text message. "You said to stop acting like we're married. You said I don't get a say. I agree. This is my house and you don't get a say in how I live in it. Since we're not married, I've returned your non-marital property to a secure location. The address is 123 Storage Way, Unit 42. The code is 1234. You have 1 month, have a great life." I then blocked her number. The doorbell camera showed her reading the text. She looked at her phone. She looked at the window. She looked back at her phone. Then she let out a scream of pure, unadulterated rage and threw her phone onto my lawn. It was a truly spectacular meltdown. She ranted and raved for another 10 minutes before Tiffany, the harpy, arrived to pick her up. The next day, the expected social media campaign began. Vague posts about being betrayed about men who can't handle a strong, independent woman. It was pathetic, but I had one more card to play. Final update: the social media drama was predictable, but also incredibly boring. Jessica and the Harpies posted stories with sad music, talking about the importance of knowing your worth and cutting out toxic energy. It was all so generic, it was almost funny. They were trying to paint me as a villain, but they were using a paint-by-numbers kit. I let them go on for about 2 days. Then I decided to provide some much-needed context. I didn't engage with them directly. Instead, I made a post on my own private social media page, visible only to our mutual friends. It was a photo album. The first picture was of my living room from a month ago. The sad beige couch, the pointless bowls, the general aura of a dentist's waiting room. The caption read before. The second picture was my living room now, the glorious leather recliner sofa, the football field rug, the glowing pinball machine, and Gus the scent. Bernard sprawled out and looking majestic. The caption read after. The final picture was a selfie of me and Gus on the couch. We both looked incredibly happy. The caption was simple, decided to redecorate based on my new relationship status. It was brought to my attention that I'm not married and don't get a say in things, so I'm embracing my freedom. Bachelor pad, dog is my co-pilot, no say no stay. The post was a nuclear bomb. The sheer unadulterated pettiness of it, combined with the undeniable cuteness of Gus, was a winning combination. My friends found it hilarious. The story, with the proper context, spread like wildfire. People who had initially offered sympathy to Jessica were now seeing the full picture. The narrative was no longer psycho boyfriend kicks girlfriend out. It was girlfriend tells boyfriend their relationship is a joke, is shocked when he believes her. Jessica's friends went silent. It's hard to maintain a victim narrative when the villain is posting adorable pictures with his giant dog. The aftermath for Jessica was rough. She crashed with Tiffany, but that apparently lasted less than a week. I heard Tiffany got tired of Jessica complaining and not contributing to rent. She ended up having to move back in with her parents in a town 3 hours away. She did try to come after me legally. I received a letter from a lawyer demanding access to the house to retrieve her wrongfully held property and demanding financial compensation for being made homeless. My lawyer responded with a copy of my mortgage statement, a copy of the lease, which only had my name on it, and a polite inquiry as to whether Jessica would be paying me back for the 6 months of rent, utilities and food she had consumed while living in my home as a non-married person with no obligations. We never heard from her lawyer again. The funniest part of this whole ordeal came about a month ago. I was at the dog park with Gus. He was happily chasing a tennis ball, and I was talking to another dog owner. A woman approached me hesitantly. It was Chardonnay, the third harpy. She looked incredibly awkward. "Hey Tom," she said. "Look, I wanted to say I'm sorry. About that night at your house we were out of line, I just shunned. Jessica said what she said, I just took her at her word." "Yeah, I know," she said, shaking her head. "She's a lot. She called me last week, complaining that her parents are making her get a job. She said it was all your fault for ruining her life." She paused and then looked at Gus, who was now trying to fit 3 tennis balls in his mouth at once. "Honestly, it looks like you're doing just fine." And she was right. I am doing just fine. The house is no longer a beige prison. It's my home. The pinball machine still doesn't work, but it makes a great conversation piece. And Gus is the best roommate I've ever had. He's loyal, he's funny, and he never complains about my cooking. I learned a valuable lesson. Sometimes the best revenge isn't a grand, complicated scheme. It's just listening to what people say and believing them. Jessica told me exactly who she was and what our relationship meant to her. I just decided to agree with her. She said I didn't get a say, and now in her life I truly don't. And in my life she doesn't either. And that, combined with a giant, drooling dog, is a pretty happy ending. Story 7. Hawaii was bright that day, so bright it felt like the sun had leaned close to watch. The sea was a huge sheet of blue beside the hotel lawn, and the flower arch smelled like sugar and salt. Everyone said it was the perfect American wedding. A wide view, a white dress, a violin under the breeze. My sister, Madison, stood at the center of it all, her hair pinned with tiny pearls, taking the light as if it belonged to her. I walked up the path in a soft blue dress and looked for my place card. I checked the head table, the family table, and the far table near the hedge. I checked every row. My name was not there. I asked a server who sent me to the planner. The planner checked a tablet and frowned, then smiled a thin smile and said, "I'm sure it's a small mix-up." I knew that voice. It was the voice people use when the truth is not small at all. I found Madison near the bar and told her straight and simple that I could not find my seat. She looked me over slowly from my shoes to my face, as if I were a stain she might rub out. Then she smirked and said, clear enough for the cousins to hear, "Low-level minds have no seat at this table." Laughter came like popped corn, quick, hot, and careless. My parents, Linda and Robert, did not stop it. My mother lifted her glass and shrugged. My father stared at the ocean, as if I were the wind and not his daughter. No one there knew the truth of how the day had been bought. I had wired $18,000 to the venue months ago, after a call where Madison sobbed about dates selling out. I had sent $4,500 for the band because she wanted live music, not a playlist. I had paid $3,200 to the planner, who is now telling me the mix-up would be fixed. When Madison found a dress that made her cry happy tears, I handed over my card and covered the remaining $2,400 without a word. When she asked for little things, favors, tips, the extra pastries, those little things stacked up to another $1,100. I paid because I wanted a calm season, and because I was used to being the one who solved problems with dollars. I told myself that money was soft power, a warm blanket that could keep a family from getting cold. The blanket caught fire that afternoon. Guests drifted to their places, the officiant cleared his throat, and I stood alone with a clutch bag and a face that felt too hot. I looked at the chairs and thought how easy it would have been to add just one. One chair, one card, one small grace. But the point was not the seat, the point was the show. My sister wanted me small and my family wanted to laugh. I swallowed and tasted salt that was not from the sea. I could have caused a scene. I could have listed every dollar out loud. I could have asked the planner to announce, on her famous microphone, who had paid the balance due. I did none of that. I turned and walked off the lawn. The violin kept playing as if nothing important had happened. In the elevator up to my room, the mirror showed a woman I almost knew. I am the one telling you this. And I am a woman who has loved America for its wide roads and second chances. But in that small box, I looked like a ghost in a nice dress. I closed the door behind me and set my clutch on the bedspread. I opened my banking app and looked at the scheduled transfers for the final wedding dues. $1. Two, $800 for the late-night snacks, $900 for the overtime staff, $600 for the cleanup team. I canceled each one. My hands shook, but my mind was calm in a way I had not felt in years. I emailed the vendors and said, in plain words, that I would not be responsible for any remaining balances. I told them to bill the bride directly. It took 10 minutes to undo the tired story of my life. Then I sat on the carpet with my back against the bed and let the quiet fill the room. Through the sliding door, I could hear the ocean and the far, bright noise of the party below me. I thought of childhood rides across America in the backseat, my father saying we were a strong family brand, my mother passing out snacks, Madison bouncing and asking for more. I thought of how I had grown into the role of the smoother, the one who sends the pounds or dollars, the one who keeps the peace. I am not ashamed to say I wanted peace more than praise, but peace that is bought with self-erasure is not peace. It is a soft, slow kind of harm. I took a breath and felt my ribs move like doors that had been stuck for years. Night fell fast, as it does in that part of America. I turned on one lamp and packed my suitcase, methodical and steady. Dress in the garment bag, shoes wrapped in tissue, charger, makeup, book. I open a new tab and search flights back to the mainland. A one-way seat to Denver showed up at $389. I bought it. I printed the boarding pass at the small desk printer and the paper slid out warm and thin like a new plan. I texted the hotel front desk for a cab at dawn. I set my phone to silent. Messages stacked up anyway, my mother. Where did you go? My sister. You made things awkward as usual, and uncle, don't be dramatic, it's just seating. Not one of them asked if I was okay. I slept like someone who has set down a heavy bag at last. In the morning, I walked to the shore before the airport car came. The sky was pink and the water was a blue I wish I could keep in a jar. Joggers went past and a child laughed at a dog that did not care about grand parties or table charts. I told myself out loud the truth of the night. This ends now. Saying it made room inside my chest. I believe in new starts. America is full of them. At the curb, the driver asked if I had enjoyed my stay. I said, it taught me what I needed. He nodded as if people said that kind of thing every day. At the airport, I found a chair, the funny kind of detail that sticks, and sat with a cup of coffee and a quiet heart. I thought of my blue dress and my empty place, and the way a single seat can show you a whole life. I thought of the house I would find back on the mainland with a door that locked and a table that would always have a chair for me. I thought of my name on the deed and my name on the mailbox. No more paying to be allowed inside. No more winning love with invoices. When the plane boarded, I chose the window. As the island fell away and the wide water opened, I pressed my palm to the glass and said what I had said the night before, a promise and a plan. In America, I can start again. I landed in Denver with 2 suitcases and the kind of quiet that feels like a clean page. The air was dry, the sky wide, and the streets had tall cottonwood trees that moved like slow dancers. I walked through a neighborhood of small homes and stopped at a blue one with a white door and a short porch. It looked like a place that could hold a steady life. The rent was $1,850 a month, which made my stomach jump, but the agent slid over the lease and said, "It's yours if you want it." I wanted it. I signed my name and felt a click inside like a lock turning the right way. The first night, I slept on the floor with a folded sweater as a pillow. In the morning, I opened the curtains to bright sun and looked at the empty rooms like they were simple math problems I could solve. I bought a second-hand couch for $140 and 2 lamps for $29 each, and I found a long wooden table for the kitchen that had 4 chairs and a gentle wobble. I liked that table. It said, "Eat, Right, Rest." I painted the smallest bedroom bright yellow, even though the paint clerk warned me it might be too much. I wanted too much joy to be normal in my home. I made a small budget on paper, food, rent, power, water, internet, and a line that read house care. I went to a big box store and bought plates for $72, a pot, a pan, a broom, and a cheap rug. When I carried the bags in from the car, a neighbor waved from across the street. She had a lazy dog and a kind voice. "I'm Grace," she said. "Welcome." I said thanks and felt a heat at the back of my eyes, the good kind that comes when a stranger says your name like it belongs on the street. I hung a simple map in the yellow room. America and Europe side by side, blue and green, and liked how it looked like open routes. My job lets me work from home 3 days a week, and on the other days, I take the light rail to an office in downtown Denver. I set up my laptop on the long table, and the hum of the dishwasher became my new white noise. Work felt better when I was not trying to please people who measured me by how much I paid them. I finished tasks early, took short walks around the block, and learned how the light moved across the blue walls as the day passed. At night, I wrote down small wins, fixed the leaky faucet, cooked soup, paid the electric bill on time, sat in the sun for 10 minutes. In my old life, I had written only checks. Now I wrote down proofs that I existed in my own right. A Connor called from New York to ask if I had calmed down about the wedding incident. He said it like weather, as if a storm had simply passed through and I should mop the floor and carry on. I told him I had canceled the payments and moved to a new place. He went quiet, then asked if I planned to fix it with my family. He used words like peace and brand, words that never felt like family to me. "I'm not paying again," I said. He told me I was being small, which was funny because I had never felt so large. When the call ended, I stared at my phone and knew something between us had shifted from bent to broken. The calls started to come from other numbers. Madison left a voice message in a sweet tone that did not match the words. "Hey, can you just cover the last bits? It's what a good sister does." My mother, Linda, wrote long texts that read like scolding letters. "You owe us dignity. You don't shame us in public. This is not how we do things in America." A man named Lucas, who drifted in and out of our family circle, sent short, hard notes. "Pay what you promised. We can make this ugly. Duty matters." They wanted money at first. Then they want me to come back to the old story where I was useful and quiet. I pressed block on each number and felt fear tug at my ribs, but I did not change my mind. I changed other things instead. I got a new phone plan and a new email. I put a camera at the front door for $129 and a heavy deadbolt for $220. I gave the landlord the plate number of my car and asked for my name to be kept off the buzzer. None of this felt dramatic. It felt like sweeping glass from a floor after a break. When I told Connor, he said I was overreacting and making enemies. I wanted to tell him that enemies are often born inside the word family when money is the language, but I kept it simple. "I won't be used." He told me he had a meeting and hung up. The blue house taught me small joys. I learned the sound of the mail slot, the scratch of the broom on the porch boards, the way coffee smells better when it is made in a quiet kitchen you pay for yourself. On Sundays, I walked to the park, past a little library box, and took home paperbacks that had other people's notes in the margins. Denver felt like a place that would hold me steady. The cottonwoods swayed, the buses came on time, and the sky kept its promise of wide blue most days. I held the knowledge that I could stand alone and not fall apart. The country did not feel cruel in my new life. It felt like a big room with a door I had learned to lock. At night, I heard my own breath and nothing else. Some evenings, Grace would wave me over and we talked about paint colors and cheap fixes and good coffee. She never asked about my family. It was a gift. I told her I liked the quiet. She said, quiet is a kind of music. I believed her. I put $300 a month into a small savings account and wrote it at the top of my budget like a promise. When I was tempted to send a just this once payment to anyone from my past, I moved the money instead to that account and watched the number grow. It felt like strength you could count on, a shape that could not lie. The house settled around me as the weeks turned, and my days gained a simple shape. Work, food, walks, rest. I cooked pasta and read before bed. I took out the trash on the right night and learned the names of 2 more neighbors. I did not visit New York, and I did not invite New York to visit me. When Connor called, I kept the calls short and plain. He asked why I was so sure about the move. I told him I liked my own voice in these rooms. He said it would pass. I said I hoped it wouldn't. When I slept like a stone dropped in a clear lake. No dreams, no noise, just the true weight of myself resting where it belongs. One evening, after a full day of small tasks, I sat alone at the long table with a bowl of soup, and I understood that this was not a pause between storms. This was a life. My blue house with the white door, my yellow room, my 4 chairs, my map on the wall, my name on the lease, and my budget in my own hand. It was not a grand scene. It did not need a string quartet or a view of the ocean. It needed me to be present and to keep my word to myself. And I did. In America, people talk about fresh starts as if you have to travel far to find them. I learned you can climb one step, turn a key, and sit at your own table. That is far enough. Connor flew to Denver on a pale Saturday when the sky looked like it would never decide on blue. I saw him through the front window, standing on my small lawn in a city suit that did not belong to the block. He did not text first. He did not ask if it was a good time. He rang the bell twice, sharp and fast, like a warning. I opened the door and stepped onto the porch, keeping the screen between us. He looked past me into the house as if he still had a key. "You're ruining the family brand," he said, and the words were so polished they slid off the step. I told him I was saving myself, and I meant it. He smiled the way people smile when they think they can outlast you. He said he could calm things down on the New York side if I would send $5,000 to settle matters. His words, like we were closing a tab at a bar. He called it a gesture of good faith, even though faith had not paid a bill for me in years. I felt my hands go still on the doorknob. "No," I said. He blinked as if I had broken a rule that kept the world spinning. He told me we were done. I said we had been done for a long time. We were only now using true names. The quiet after he left felt strange, like a room after a loud TV is turned off. I made tea and walked the rooms of my blue house, touching the backs of chairs and the edge of the yellow doorframe. It wasn't triumph that I felt, and it wasn't fear or not only fear. It was steadiness. I had been waiting for someone to tell me what my life should be. I had been paying for the answer in little and large amounts, like a meter that never stopped. Now I had turned the meter off. The porch boards were warm from the sun. They held my weight just fine. The messages turned dark within days. Madison left a voicemail that started sweet and ended sharply. She said I owed her because I had started the wedding by sending the first dollar, as if money had a tail you were bound to hold until it pulled you under. My mother wrote paragraphs about duty and respect and the way things are done in America, and I wondered how many times a person could say the word duty before it lost all shape. A man named Lucas, half friend, half threat, texted that he knew people who could make me listen. The words were small on the screen and large in my chest. I did not answer. I opened a new note on my laptop and saved every message, every timestamp, every number. I took screenshots and backed them up to a small drive I kept in a drawer with rubber bands and tape. I printed a stack and put it in a folder labeled in black marker. Keep. It felt clinical and clean. When my hands shook, I pressed them flat on the long table until they told me I was here. The camera at my door, which I'd bought for $129, caught two cars driving by slowly in the night, but no one stopped. I watched the clips in the morning light and made coffee and blamed the shadows on the wind. When the folder was full enough to make a dull sound on the table, I made an appointment with a lawyer named Carla. Her office was in a brick building near the county courthouse, the kind of place with a bowl of mints and a view of the street. She wore a navy jacket and spoke in plain words. I told her everything from the empty chair in Honolulu to the screen door where Connor said, "We're done." I slid the printouts across her desk. She read in a quiet that felt like shelter. "You are safe," she said finally. "Document everything. Do not pay. If they come to your home, call the police. If they threaten you again, we can talk about a protective order." I asked if this was what people did, turning family into files. She said people did what they had to do to stay whole. She gave me a list of steps on white paper. Keep records, change passwords, set up two-factor, talk to the bank about alerts, and consider a P.O. box. I walked out with the list in my hand and a breath I did not know I was holding. I stopped at the post office and rented a box for 3 months, $1.84, a small price for a lock between me and the world. That afternoon, I drove to a hardware store and picked a new mailbox from the shelf, plain black metal for $65, and a stronger strike plate for the front door. I had already paid $220 for the heavy deadbolt, but the new plate made the click sound deeper, like a promise with weight. Work kept me steady. The rhythm of tasks and calls filled the hours, and the hum of the dishwasher at night felt like a small song. When I had to stay late at the office downtown, Grace watered my plants and sent a photo of the blue house at dusk. "You're lit like a lighthouse," she texted, and I saved the picture. I started keeping a simple ledger in a notebook. $1.60 for a stamp, $9.25 for flowers on a Friday, $31 for a new kettle when the old one gave up. It was not about the numbers. It was about seeing the shape of my days and knowing I was the one drawing it. A week after Connor's porch speech, a small padded envelope came to the P.O. box. Inside was a book and a card from Daniel, a friend from college who had stayed kind across long years. The card had 5 words: "Use this on yourself." A $50 bill slipped out like a green leaf. I stood by the counter under a poster of America's national parks and cried in a way that didn't hurt. On the way home, I bought fresh bread, good cheese, and a little jar of honey. I set the meal on my long table and ate slowly, tasting each bite as if I were learning a new language. The threats did not stop right away, but they changed shape when I stopped answering. Madison pivoted to apology, the light kind that floats on top of old harm. My mother sent a photo of a family dinner I was not at. Her note said, "We can fix this if you behave." Lucas went quiet after I told Carl about him. Connor sent one text, "You'll regret this," and I saved it then blocked him. I learned that silence is not empty. It is a space where you can place what matters and close the lid. Some nights I still woke and checked the door. I would put my palm on the deadbolt and feel the cool metal, the simple machine of it, honest and strong. I made a rule: no talking about them after 8 o'clock. No reading their messages at my kitchen table. No letting their names live rent-free in the rooms I paid for. I wrote in my notebook, not a battle, a boundary. I taped Carla's list inside the cover and checked off the steps, one by one. The house began to feel not just like a shelter, but like a decision I had made and kept. On a Sunday, Grace and I painted a small wooden shelf for the yellow room. We listened to old songs and let the paint dry in the sun. "What will you put on it?" she asked. "Things that are mine," I said, and we both laughed at how simple and large that sounded. I placed the book by Daniel there, the empty envelope, and a photo of the blue house printed at the pharmacy for 45 cents. I looked at the map on the wall, America and Europe side by side, and traced with my eye the lines I could travel someday on my own terms. The break, when it came, was not loud. It was a series of clicks, the end of a call, the turn of a lock, the shut of a mailbox, the close of a folder. Each sound was small. Together they were a song I could live inside. I did not pay, I did not apologize for not paying. I worked, I cooked, I healed. I learned that in America there is a strength in choosing your own seat and in keeping it even when someone tells you the table is not for you. I sat at my long table, set one plate, lit a candle, and ate the meal I had bought with my own dollars. The house held me. The night was quiet. I was not afraid. Months went by, and my blue house learned the sound of me. The cottonwoods outside turned their leaves like pages, and I kept my days simple. Work at the long table, a walk at noon, soup on the stove, lights out by 10. I marked each bill paid in my notebook and watched my small savings climb by steady inches. The camera above the porch light sent me polite clips of delivery drivers and birds. On a bright Saturday, I baked a pan of cornbread and opened the windows to the dry Denver air. Around 3 o'clock, the camera chimed again. Not a bird, not a box. 3 cars eased to the curb in a row big as opinions. I knew them before they knocked. Madison stepped out first in a white dress, the kind of white that wants attention. My mother, Linda, followed with her purse held high as if a bag could shield a person. Lucas came too, slick hair, slick smile, the same man who had sent texts shaped like threats. Behind them stood 2 cousins I barely knew, eyes already sliding over my house like they were pricing it. I texted Grace one word, visitors, and she replied, "Want me to come by?" I wrote back, "I'm okay." Then slipped my phone into my pocket and stood at the door, hand on the heavy deadbolt I had bought for $220. They knocked in turns like a short drumline. I opened the door just enough to see them, but not enough to make a path. I kept the screen shut. The cottonwoods hissed in the wind behind them, leaves acting like crowd noise. Madison went first, her voice bright. "We're sorry for the scene," she said, as if the scene were a small stain we could dab away. My mother nodded and added, "Family should be together. We want to reset." Lucas leaned forward as if he were in on a joke. "Where have you been?" he said. "Who's been helping you?" He said he missed me. He said they wanted their girl back. The words were soft. The push inside them was not. I heard my lawyer's voice in my head. "Document everything. Do not pay, do not explain." And I let the quiet stretch. In that pause, I remembered the empty chair in Honolulu, the thin laugh that ran through my family like a wire, and the dollars I had sent like rain. $18,000 to the venue for $1,500 to the band, $3,200 to the planner, $2,400 for the dress, $1,100 for all the little things. The math sat inside me like a stone tablet. They had wanted me there as a wallet. They had staged my absence as a joke. Now they wanted something else. The old version of me who would smooth, pay, and nod. "I don't want to reset," I said. My voice surprised me with how even it sounded. Madison blinked as if that word were off script. My mother tried a new tone, heavy and slow. "Be reasonable," she said. "This is America. We don't cut blood." I thought of all the times people hide harm behind big words. Lucas spread his hands. "Look," he said. "The vendors still have small balances. If you send, say, $3,700, we can call it square. We're here to solve this." The old me would have reached for my wallet to make the noise stop. The woman at this door did not move an inch. "No," I said. "I'm not paying, and I'm not returning to the old order." I saw anger flash across Lucas's face before he smoothed it. Madison's eyes filled with quick tears that did not travel. My mother pressed her purse to her chest and tried the door with memory alone, as if she could make it open by habit. "We came all this way," she said, as if miles were a reason. I thought of the map in my yellow room, America and Europe side by side, and how every route meant a choice. I had already chosen mine. A short walk from the stove to the table, a seat with my name on it. "I don't forgive you," I said. The words were clean, not cruel. "Don't show your face in the future." I meant it for all of them, each in their own way. The wind lifted Madison's white dress at the hem. It fluttered like paper. For a moment no one spoke. Then Lucas exhaled a small laugh that had no joy in it. "You'll change your mind," he said. "You always do." I let the screen door stand between us like a fact. "Not anymore," I said, and I closed the solid door until only a ribbon of daylight was left, then shut that too. The latch clicked like a soft bell. The sound pleased me for its honesty. They didn't leave at once. Through the peephole, I watched them talk in tight circles, hands waving, faces spun with offense. I thought about calling the police just to set a record, but the wind picked up and the cottonwoods raised their voice, and after a few minutes the car started and pulled away. The camera caught their exit in 3 neat clips, which I saved. I texted Grace. "All good." She sent a heart and a picture of her lazy dog asleep under a window. The house felt like it drew a longer breath once the street was quiet. I set the chain and the deadbolt, then pressed my palm to the door. It was cool from the shade, steady under my hand. In the kitchen, I brewed coffee and set one mug on the long table. I opened my notebook and wrote the date and a sentence. Family came. I kept the boundary. I moved $100 from checking to savings to mark the moment in numbers I could point to. I looked around at what was mine. The blue walls, the yellow room, the shelf grace, and I painted the book from Daniel standing proud on it, the plain black mailbox I had picked out for $65, the new strike plate that made the lock sound deep. None of it was grand. All of it was paid for in dollars I earned with my own time. I felt rich in a way that lives close to the bone. I called Carla and left a brief message. They came to the house. I declined and they left. I have clips. I put my phone face down and ate a square of warm cornbread with honey. The sweetness spread slowly. I thought of forgiveness, not as a prize to hand out, but as a tool you use when it builds safety. Today, it would not build anything I wanted. Today, the right tool was the door and the sentence I had chosen. I cleaned the coffee mug, set it on the rack to dry, and watched a patch of sun slide across the kitchen floor until it found the wall and climbed. I won't pretend there was no grief. Grief has its own key to the house. It enters by the quiet rooms and sits with you without speaking. I let it be. I did not call anyone to fill the silence. I did not measure my worth by who might be standing on my porch asking to come in. I wrote another line in the notebook. Not a battle, a boundary. When the light turned gold, I pulled the map straight on the yellow wall and traced with my eyes places I might go someday because I want to. Maybe a small coastal town in America where the air smells like rain. Maybe a museum with a quiet room where I can sit and name what I see. Evening softened the edges of the house. I set one plate, one fork, and one knife on the table and ladled out soup. The chair I took fit me because it was chosen for me by me. No head table, no smirk, no price to pay to belong. The camera stayed quiet, the cottonwoods cooled. When I finished eating, I blew out the candle and listened to the ordinary sounds of a house ready to sleep. The soft tick of the oven, the small sigh of the vents, the faint city hush beyond the glass. It wasn't a grand ending. It was better. It was mine. Story 8 turned the car around. Now the words came out of my mouth with such force that my husband nearly swerved off the highway. We were somewhere in upstate New York, maybe an hour from the Canadian border, when every instinct in my body started screaming that something was terribly wrong. "Ruth, what's happening?" My husband asked, already pulling over to the shoulder as cars whooshed past us. My hands were shaking as I stared at the innocent-looking overnight bag sitting in our back seat. Just minutes before my son Brandon had called me, his voice strangely sweet, asking about that exact bag, the way he said "I love you" before hanging up. In 42 years, that boy had maybe said those words to me a handful of times, and never, ever during a casual phone call. "Something's not right," I whispered, my heart pounding. "We need to turn around right now." My husband looked at me with the same trust he'd shown for our 50 years of marriage. He didn't ask questions. He didn't argue. He just waited for a break in traffic and made a U-turn that probably saved both our lives. You see. What I discovered in that bag changed everything I thought I knew about my own son and the family I'd been supporting for years. What they had planned for me. What they were willing to sacrifice to solve their money problems. It was so devastating, so unthinkable, that even now, months later, I can barely believe my own child would put me in such danger. But I'm getting ahead of myself to understand how we ended up on that highway. With me shouting at my husband to turn around before we crossed an international border, I need to tell you about the 5 years leading up to that moment. 5 years of generosity, sacrifice, and love that my son's family had taken completely for granted. Because you see, I'd been helping them financially ever since Brandon lost his job. Month after month, year after year, I'd been their safety net, their solution to every crisis. And they repaid that kindness by planning something so shocking, so criminal, that it could have destroyed my entire life. Let me start from the beginning, and you'll understand exactly why those 3 words "turn the car around" were the most important I've ever spoken. Before we dive deeper into Ruth's story, please leave a comment telling us where you're watching from and subscribe to Never Too Old channel. We're creating a community of incredible women who know that our best chapters can happen at any age. Now back to the story. My name is Ruth Henderson. I'm 68 years old, and I live with my husband of 50 years in our cozy 3-bedroom home in Albany, New York. We raised 3 children in this house, and after decades of working as a school secretary, I retired with a modest pension and some savings that we'd carefully built up over the years. Life was good, peaceful even, until 5 years ago when everything changed for our son Brandon's family. Brandon had been working as a warehouse supervisor for nearly 15 years when the company suddenly downsized. Just like that. At 42 years old, he found himself out of work with a wife, Amber, and their 3-year-old son to support. The job market was brutal. And even when Brandon did find work, it was always temporary positions that paid far less than what he'd been making. As his mother, how could I just stand by and watch my son's family struggle? It started small. A couple hundred here and there to help with groceries when things got tight. Gas money so Brandon could keep looking for work. Then their landlord raised the rent, and they couldn't make the difference. What was I supposed to do? Let my grandson get evicted. Before I knew it, I was covering most of their major expenses every month. Their rent, car payments, insurance, utilities. I was even buying all the groceries and paying for my grandson's daycare so Amber could work her part-time job at a nail salon. "Mom, I promise this is just temporary," Brandon would say whenever I handed him another check. "As soon as I get back on my feet, I'll pay you back every penny." Amber would nod along, though I noticed she never seemed quite as grateful as Brandon. Sometimes I'd catch her rolling her eyes when she thought I wasn't looking, or making little comments about how some people have it easier than others. But I pushed those feelings aside because family helps family, right? And oh, how I loved spending time with my grandson. I was babysitting him almost every weekend, taking him to the park, reading him stories, spoiling him the way grandmothers are supposed to do. Those moments made every sacrifice worth it. My husband would sometimes worry that we were giving too much. "Ruth, honey, we need to be careful about our own retirement," he'd say gently, but I couldn't bear the thought of my grandson going without. Besides, we were managing just fine on our pension and Social Security. The years blended together like that. Brandon would find a job, lose a job, find another one that didn't pay enough. I kept writing checks, kept covering their shortfalls, kept being the reliable safety net that held their whole lives together. By the time my grandson started school, I realized I'd been supporting them for almost 5 years straight. Not occasionally, not just in emergencies, but consistently, month after month. They'd never had to worry about making ends meet because Grandma Ruth was always there to fill in the gaps. I thought I was being a loving mother and grandmother. I thought I was helping them get through a rough patch until they could stand on their own feet again. What I didn't realize was that somewhere along the way, my generosity had stopped feeling like a gift to them and had started feeling like an obligation. They'd gotten so used to my support that they began to expect it, to plan their lives around it, to see my money as their money. And when I finally, for the first time in 5 years, said no to one of their requests, well, that's when I discovered just how much my own family truly valued me beyond my bank account. Last January, everything changed with one phone call. My grandson had been attending the local public elementary school, and by all accounts he was doing well academically. But Amber got on the phone and painted a completely different picture. "Ruth, he's being bullied constantly," she said, with dramatic concern. "These kids are so cruel, making fun of his clothes, excluding him from everything. The teachers don't care and the class sizes are huge. He comes home crying almost every day." My heart immediately went out to my grandson. What grandmother wouldn't be devastated hearing that her precious grandchild was suffering? "There's this wonderful private academy across town." Brandon jumped back in. "Small classes, excellent anti-bullying policies, really individual attention for each student. It would solve all his problems. That sounds perfect," I said, already imagining my grandson thriving in a better environment. "What do you need me to do?" "Well," Amber's voice got a little softer, "the tuition is pretty steep. It's about $15,000 for the remainder of this school term, and then it goes up to $18,000 annually after that." My stomach dropped. Those numbers were enormous compared to anything they'd ever asked for before. But then I thought about my grandson's tearful little face, and I almost said yes right there on the spot. Almost. Let me think about this, I heard myself saying. That's quite a bit more than our usual assistance. There was silence on the other end. I could practically feel their surprise through the phone. Mom, my son said slowly, this is about your grandson's happiness and future. Surely that's worth any amount of dollars. For 3 days I wrestled with the decision. My husband and I talked it through countless times. We looked at our budget, our retirement plans, our own financial security. The truth was, we could afford it, but it would mean significant changes to our lifestyle and future planning. But something else was bothering me too. In all the times I'd babysat my grandson recently, he'd seemed perfectly happy, chatty about his friends, excited about school projects, never mentioning bullying or problems. When I gently asked him about school, he just shrugged and said it was fine and went back to playing. Finally, I called them back. I've thought about this carefully, I told Brandon and Amber. I love our boy more than anything, but I think we should explore other options first. Maybe we could meet with his teachers, or look into the school's anti-bullying programs, or even consider a different public school before jumping to private education. The silence that followed was ice cold. So you're saying no? Amber said flatly. I'm saying let's try other solutions first before committing to such a large expense, I replied, trying to keep my voice calm and reasonable. Unbelievable. I heard her mutter to Brandon, though she clearly meant for me to hear it. Some grandmother. The phone call ended shortly after that, with promises to look into other options that I could tell they had no intention of pursuing. Within a week, everything changed. Suddenly, my weekend babysitting sessions were canceled. We're busy this weekend became the standard response when I'd call to ask about seeing my grandson. Family dinners at their house, which had been a monthly tradition, stopped being mentioned. When I'd call just to chat with my grandson, the conversations became awkward and rushed. He's doing homework, or he's playing with friends, or it's not a good time, became Amber's usual responses. The worst part was running into them at the grocery store one afternoon. My grandson saw me and ran over with the biggest smile, throwing his little arms around my waist for a hug. But when Amber noticed, she quickly called him back with a sharp, "Come on, we need to go," and barely acknowledged my presence. My own grandson looked confused by his mother's cold behavior toward me. I could see it in his innocent little face. He didn't understand why Grandma Ruth suddenly wasn't welcome in their lives. For the first time in decades of providing assistance, I'd set one boundary, asked for one pause to consider alternatives, and this was their response. The message was crystal clear. My value to them was purely financial. The grandmother who had covered their expenses, watched their child and been their safety net for half a decade, was being punished for daring to say, "Let's think about this," instead of immediately writing a check. 2 months went by like this. 2 months of being shut out, of missing my grandson terribly, of wondering if I'd made a terrible mistake. I started to question myself, started thinking maybe I should just pay the tuition and get my loved ones back. That's exactly when they called with their sudden change of heart and the invitation that would lead us to that highway in upstate New York. Looking back now, I realize those 2 months of cold treatment weren't punishment for saying no, they were preparation for something much worse. Then, just as suddenly as the freeze had begun, it ended. It was early April when my phone rang, and I heard my son's voice sounding more cheerful than it had in months. "Hey, Mom. How are you and Dad doing?" he asked with an enthusiasm that immediately caught my attention. After 2 months of barely speaking to us, this dramatic shift felt almost jarring. "We're fine, dear," I said cautiously. "How's everyone there?" "Great. Actually, that's why I'm calling. Amber and I have been talking, and we realized we've been way too stressed about everything lately. We thought maybe it would be good for all of us to get away together, spend some quality time as a relatives." My heart leaped. Despite everything that had happened, I'd missed them terribly, especially my grandson. Amber's cousin has this beautiful cabin up in Quebec, right by a lake. She invited us all to come up for a long weekend. You, Dad, me, Amber, and our boy. What do you think? The idea of a trip together, of getting my loved ones back, was exactly what I'd been hoping for. Maybe they'd finally realized that our relationship was more important than disagreements about educational expenses. That sounds wonderful, I told him. When were you thinking? This coming weekend, actually. I know it's short notice, but Amber's cousin just had a cancellation, and the weather's supposed to be perfect. It would be such a great opportunity for our boy to see his grandparents, and for all of us to reconnect. We made plans for them to drive up with us. My husband and I had a comfortable SUV that could fit everyone, and they mentioned something about bringing fishing gear and games for our grandson. Oh, and Mom, Brandon added as we were finishing up the call, would you mind carrying one extra bag for us? Our car is packed pretty tight with all the kids' stuff and fishing equipment. It's just a small overnight bag. Of course, sweetheart, I said. Without hesitation, what grandmother wouldn't help carry an extra bag? The night before we left, Amber dropped off the bag at our house. It was a standard black overnight bag, nothing unusual about it. She was actually quite pleasant, chatting about how excited our grandson was for the trip and thanking us for agreeing to help with transportation. He's been talking about seeing Grandma and Grandpa all week, she said with a smile that seemed genuine. This trip is going to be so good for all of us. I went to bed that night feeling hopeful for the first time in months. The next morning, we decided to take 2 cars since there was so much luggage, fishing equipment, and supplies for the weekend. My husband and I took our SUV with the overnight bag and some of the gear, while Brandon drove their car with Amber and my grandson following behind us. The drive started out perfectly. Our grandson kept waving at us from their car, and we'd pull alongside at red lights so he could show us his travel games and snacks. It felt like old times, like we were a close-knit unit again. We'd been driving for about 3 hours, making good time toward the Canadian border when my phone rang. It was Brandon calling from their car behind us. Mom, hey, quick question, he said, and something in his tone immediately put me on edge. There was a nervous quality to his voice that I'd never heard before. Yeah, honey, that bag Amber gave you, you've got it with you, right? It made it into the car? Yes, of course. It's right here next to me. Good, good, and you haven't. I mean, you didn't need to move anything around in it or anything, right? The question was odd. Why would I be going through their personal bag? No, sweetheart, I haven't touched it. Why? Oh, no reason, just making sure everything's secure for the border crossing. You know how careful they are these days. He paused and then said something that sent chills down my spine. I love you, Mom. You know that, right? I really, really love you. My son had never in his entire adult life called me just to tell me he loved me. Never, and certainly never with that intensity, that almost desperate tone. I hung up the phone, but my hands were trembling. Every maternal instinct I'd developed over nearly 7 decades was suddenly screaming at me that something was terribly wrong. Turn the car around. Now. That's when I shouted those words to my husband. The words that probably saved both our lives. We pulled over at the next exit, and while my husband kept everyone distracted, I quietly opened that innocent-looking overnight bag. What I found inside made my blood run cold. Carefully hidden beneath my grandson's folded pajamas and some of his favorite toys were small packages wrapped in plastic. Even at my age, I wasn't naive enough not to recognize what I was looking at. Drugs. A significant amount of them. My own son and his wife had planned to use me as an unwitting drug smuggler across an international border. They'd counted on my love for my grandson, my desire to reconnect with the relatives, and my complete trust in them to carry their illegal cargo without question. If we'd been caught at that border, and with the way they were checking cars that day, we very well might have been, I would have been the one facing criminal charges. At 68, I would have been looking at years in prison for drug trafficking. And Brandon's phone call, that wasn't checking on the bag, that was him getting emotional because he knew he was about to destroy his mother's life to solve his own problems. The worst part was realizing that this entire reunion trip had been planned from the moment I'd said no to that tuition. The cold treatment, the sudden reconciliation, the urgent timeline, the cousin's cabin, all of it had been a carefully orchestrated plan to manipulate my love for them into committing a federal crime. As I stared at those packages hidden among my grandson's innocent belongings, I realized that my own child was willing to sacrifice everything. My freedom, my reputation, my entire future, rather than learn to live within his means or find legal solutions to his financial troubles. That was the moment I understood that the Ruth who had spent half a decade enabling and supporting them was gone forever. Standing there on that highway shoulder, staring at those packages hidden beneath my grandson's innocent pajamas, I felt something shift inside me permanently. The Ruth, who had spent half a decade making excuses for her son's poor choices, was gone. The grandmother who had prioritized keeping peace over protecting herself had vanished in that moment of terrible clarity. My husband walked over quietly. "What did you find, honey?" I showed him the contents without saying a word. His face went white, then hard with an anger I'd rarely seen in our 50 decades of marriage. "We're going home," he said simply. "Right now." From their car behind us, I could see Brandon getting agitated, probably wondering why we'd stopped. My phone started ringing again, but I turned it off. I couldn't bear to hear his voice knowing what he'd planned to do to me. The drive back to Albany was silent between my husband and me, but my mind was racing. Every moment of the past 2 months suddenly made perfect sense. The cold treatment after I'd refused the tuition wasn't punishment. It was preparation. They'd needed to create distance so that when they suddenly invited me on this trip, I'd be so grateful for the reconciliation that I wouldn't ask questions. They'd manipulated my love for my grandson, my desperation to repair our relationship, and my complete trust in them to nearly destroy my life. When we pulled into their driveway, Brandon and Amber were already out of their car, looking confused and increasingly panicked. "Mom, what's going on?" My son called out as I walked toward their front door with the overnight bag. "Why did we turn around? We were almost there." I set the bag down on their doorstep and looked at my son. Really looked at him. When had he become someone I didn't recognize? When had his struggles turned him into a person willing to sacrifice his mother's freedom for his own convenience? "I know what's in the bag," I said quietly. The color drained from both their faces. Amber grabbed my son's arm and I could see them exchanging panicked glances. "Mom, I can explain," Brandon started. "No." I cut him off, my voice steady despite my trembling hands. "There's nothing to explain. You planned to use me to commit a federal crime. You were willing to let me face prison time to solve your financial problems. It wasn't like that." Amber burst out. "We were desperate. We owe people significant amounts, and they were threatening us. We thought if we could just make one trip." "You thought you could sacrifice me instead of dealing with your own choices." I finished for her. My grandson was standing behind them, looking confused and scared by the adult's strange behavior. My heart broke for him, caught in the middle of his parents' terrible decisions. "I want you to listen to me very carefully." I continued, my voice growing stronger. "I will no longer be providing any financial assistance to your household. No rent help, no car payments, no groceries, no emergency funds, nothing." "Mom, you can't be serious," Brandon said, desperation creeping into his voice. "We depend on that support. We can't survive without it." "Then you'll need to figure out how to survive, won't you?" I replied. "The same way millions of other adults manage their finances without putting their mothers at risk for federal drug charges." I turned to walk back to our car. But Brandon grabbed my arm. "Please, just think about this. We made a mistake. But if you cut us off now, we'll lose everything. The house, the cars, everything." I gently pulled my arm free and looked at him one last time. "You were willing to let me lose everything. My freedom, my reputation, my entire future. Now you'll have to face the consequences of your own choices." As we drove away, I could see them in my rearview mirror, standing in their driveway holding that bag, probably realizing for the first time that their financial safety net was gone forever. That night, I sat at my kitchen table and made a list of every automatic payment, every monthly check, every form of assistance I'd been providing. The total was staggering. I'd been essentially subsidizing their entire lifestyle for so long that I'd forgotten what our own budget looked like without those expenses. Within a week, I'd canceled every form of support. The bank accounts they had access to for emergencies, the credit card I'd given them for groceries, the automatic payments for their car insurance. All of it. Gone. I also did something else that night. I called a lawyer and described what had happened, asking what legal steps I should take to protect myself. He was horrified by their plan and helped me document everything in case they ever tried to claim I'd been involved willingly. For the first time in decades, I was putting my own safety and well-being ahead of my son's convenience. It should have felt selfish, but instead, It felt like the most responsible thing I'd ever done. Because the truth was, by enabling their poor choices for so long, I hadn't been helping them. I'd been preventing them from learning to solve their own problems, to live within their means, to make adult decisions about their lives. And now, finally, they would have to. 4 weeks after I cut them off, reality hit them hard. My phone started ringing constantly. First it was Brandon, then Amber, sometimes even using my grandson's phone to try to guilt me into answering. I let every call go to voicemail. The messages started out angry. "Mom, our credit cards are being declined everywhere. You can't just abandon us like this." Then they became desperate. "Please, we're about to lose the house. Just help us one more time and we'll figure something else out." But I'd heard those promises before for 5 long decades. This time I stayed strong. Then came the call from my daughter-in-law's sister, whom I barely knew. "Ruth, I think you should know that Amber and Brandon are planning to try that Canada trip again," she said quietly. "But this time they're planning to go themselves. They're desperate, and I'm worried they're going to do something stupid." My blood ran cold. Even after everything that had happened, they were still planning to traffic drugs rather than find legal solutions to their debt problems. "When?" I asked. "This weekend they asked me to watch their son, said they were going on a business trip for a couple of days." I immediately called my lawyer. He advised me to contact the authorities with this information. But I couldn't, even after what they'd tried to do to me. That Saturday morning, I was drinking coffee in my kitchen when my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize. "Is this Ruth Henderson?" a woman's voice asked. "Yes. This is Officer Martinez with U.S. Border Patrol. Your son Brandon Henderson and daughter-in-law Amber Henderson were arrested early this morning, attempting to cross into Canada with illegal substances. They listed you as their emergency contact." My hands started shaking, but not from shock. I'd known this call was coming. "Their son," I managed to say. "Where is their son?" "He's currently with a family member. But Child Protective Services needs to arrange proper placement since you're listed as next of kin." Within hours, I was filling out emergency custody paperwork. My grandson, confused and scared, came home with me that afternoon, carrying a small suitcase and his favorite stuffed animal. "Grandma Ruth," he asked, that first night as I tucked him into the guest bedroom that would become his room. "When are Mom and Dad coming back?" How do you explain to an 8-year-old that his parents chose to risk everything, including him, rather than learn to live responsibly? They made some bad choices, sweetheart. I told him gently, "But you're safe here with Grandpa and me, and we're going to take very good care of you." Over the following months, the legal process unfolded exactly as I'd expected. Brandon and Amber were sentenced to 18 months in federal prison. The house they couldn't afford without my assistance went into foreclosure. Their cars were repossessed. But you know what? I felt no satisfaction in their downfall. Only sadness that it had come to this, and relief that my grandson was safe. The custody hearing was surprisingly straightforward. Brandon and Amber, facing significant prison time, agreed to sign temporary custody to me, rather than risk their son going into the foster care system. My lawyer helped us establish a clear arrangement that protected everyone's interests. My grandson started at a new school near our house. The same excellent public school where I'd once worked as a secretary. The teachers there remembered me fondly and went out of their way to help him adjust. No expensive private academy needed, just caring adults and a stable environment. In the evenings, he'd do his homework at my kitchen table while I prepared dinner. My husband taught him to play chess and helped him with math. We read stories together every night, the same way I'd done with Brandon when he was small. Slowly, my grandson's confusion faded and was replaced with a sense of security he'd never really had before. No more parents fighting about finances, no more uncertainty about whether bills would be paid, no more adults making desperate choices that put everyone at risk. "Grandma," he said to me one day about 6 months after he'd come to live with us. "I like it here. It's quiet." That's when I realized what we'd all been missing: peace. Simple, ordinary peace that comes from living within your means, making responsible choices, and putting the well-being of children first. As for Brandon and Amber, they write occasional letters from prison. Brandon's letters are full of apologies and promises to do better when he gets out. Ambers are mostly complaints about prison conditions and reminders that I owe them for all the difficulties they're facing. I don't respond to either of them. My lawyer has advised me that when they're released, they'll likely seek to regain custody of their son. We're already preparing for that legal battle, documenting the stable home environment we've provided and the educational progress my grandson has made. But for now, our days are filled with school projects, weekend fishing trips with my husband, and quiet evenings reading together on the couch. My grandson is thriving in ways I never saw when he was caught in the chaos of his parents' financial irresponsibility. And me? I've learned that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is refuse to enable destructive behavior, even when May is. Especially when May is. It's coming from your own child. I'm 73 now, and I have no idea how many more decades I have left. But I know I'll spend whatever time I have raising my grandson to be the kind of man who solves problems honestly, treats people with respect, and never ever asks someone else to pay the price for his mistakes. That's my story. That's how a grandmother's protective instincts and willingness to set boundaries saved not just her own life, but gave her grandson the stable childhood his parents couldn't provide. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can say to people who take advantage of your generosity isn't, "I'll help you one more time." Sometimes it's, "I love you too much to keep enabling you." And sometimes, that's exactly what the next generation needs to hear. So that's my story. I'd love to hear what you think. Have you ever had to set difficult boundaries with family members who were taking advantage of your generosity? Let me know in the comments, and subscribe for more stories like mine. Story 9: Husband finally cut off his toxic mom and sis when they had the audacity to demand we give up our dream house for my jobless Sil, her deadbeat gaming addict husband, and their 6 kids. My in-laws have a very toxic relationship with my husband, and it is starting to affect my life. You see, while growing up, my husband used to be the favored golden child, and Mill was extremely close to him. Jacob has told me that because his dad used to be quite busy with work, his mother and he spent a lot of time together. But I have noticed that his sister, Sarah, isn't treated the same by my Mill. Although I am sure that Mill loves both her children, I have noticed time and time again that she favors my husband more. I am sure Sil must have felt that growing up also, which is why my husband has always tried to fill the role by being a good older brother to her and always being there for her. But the thing is that both Sil and Mill would sometimes behave so absurdly that it crossed the line. For example, when we first started dating Jacob, who was still just a fresh college graduate at that time, and my in-laws, including Sarah, used to live in the same house. My in-laws had given my husband an entirely different floor so he could have his own privacy and invite whoever he wanted. This is why he would sometimes invite me over to his place to spend the night with him. However, on several occasions, during the morning, Sil would barge into our room while we were sleeping without knocking. As you can imagine, sometimes we were not even properly dressed, but she would act like it was completely normal and start talking to Jacob about very random things. This was extremely weird for me as I was uncomfortable with her seeing me in my lingerie. Before anyone points out, I completely understand that Jacob lived with his family at that time, so I should have expected this. But is knocking on the door before you enter a room really too much to ask for? I guess sometimes siblings can be very close, but she and I didn't know each other that well when Jacob and I first started dating, hence I found it extremely disrespectful. So naturally, I talked to Jacob about it and told him that I wouldn't be coming over unless he installed a lock on his door. He agreed, but as you can imagine, Sil, who tried to barge into the door the next morning, unsuccessfully started yelling at us about why we had the door locked. She started jiggling the door and banging on it, asking her brother to let her in. Jacob finally let her in, and she stormed into the room questioning why he had installed the lock in the first place. When she noticed me, she pointed at me and started yelling at him if it was because of this skank. I was shocked to hear how rude and disrespectful she sounded. Jacob told her that it was him who wanted to install the door lock, but Sil wasn't convinced. She angrily told him that they were siblings and that they shouldn't have any secrets between them. Jacob told her that he didn't have any secrets and that he had installed the lock so that she wouldn't barge in while he and I were sleeping, as it was really disturbing. Hearing this, Sil angrily flipped her head towards me and yelled that this was all my fault and that I was coming in between her and her brother. This all seemed to be a bit too much for me since I am very non-confrontational, so I excused myself to go to the washroom. I could hear her continue to yell and Jacob trying to pacify her. When she was finally gone, he came in to comfort me. He was apologetic for her behavior and assured me that he would talk to her again so she would apologize to me as well. The next weekend when I came over, she apologized to me and gave me a very pathetic excuse that she needed to talk to Jacob very urgently about something, hence she thought it would be okay for her to come in. Jacob firmly asked her not to disturb us again, and she nodded meekly. Although this issue was solved, this wasn't her only weird behavior towards Jacob. If me and Jacob would disagree on something, even on small things like movies, and if Sil was around, she would start telling him how he should date someone who had similar tastes like him, and that we were clearly wrong for each other. Jacob would shoot her a disapproving look, but she would just smirk. Another incident would be where she would ask me uncomfortable questions about my past, trying to dig into my life. Jacob and I had been honest about each other's past from the very beginning, but I didn't feel comfortable sharing it with his sister. But regardless of my feelings, she would ask me uncomfortable questions like, "Why did your ex break up with you? Were you not good enough for him?" Or say comments like, "My brother's past girlfriend was so much prettier than you." All of these questions and comments would be whenever she and I were left alone. I slowly started to suspect that she was trying to play this game with me and put me down. Initially, I kept my mouth shut, but over the days when it continued, one day, I had just enough. I replied back to her taunts saying how I liked my ex-boyfriend's family more than Jacob's family since my ex-boyfriend didn't have nosy, overbearing family members. Sil looked surprised at my reaction, and this seemed to shut her up for a while. What I had told her was basically true. Even though Sil did have a weird relationship with my husband, Mill was no better than her. When I first came into his life, my Mill would ignore me, but once she realized that Jacob and I were getting serious, she started behaving like I was trying to steal her son away from her. She would purposefully ignore me at dinner or during family functions and act like I didn't exist. Jacob sometimes noticed this and would try to talk to her about it, but she has never changed. Mill once even called me stuck-up and spoiled just because my parents sent me to a private school, and she was a public school teacher. I even know she tried to talk Jacob out of marrying me and told him to keep looking for a better partner than me. Fortunately, my husband didn't care about her opinion and proposed to me anyway. When Mill and Sil found out that he had proposed, they freaked out. Both of them called to tell me that perhaps this was a bad decision, and since Jacob won't listen to them, I should end the relationship and give him back the ring. I found it very weird and refused to tell them that they were crossing a line by asking me to do something like this when I loved Jacob and wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. When they realized that they couldn't convince me, Mill changed her tune and begrudgingly told me that I should strive to be the best wife for him and take care of him the way that she has taken care of him all these years. I was a bit offended, but I tried to not take more offense to her words. Sarah, on the other hand, told me that I was clearly just a gold digger and that her brother deserves someone much more of his status. She threatened that she would make sure to expose me before our marriage so that Jacob would never marry me. After this conversation, I immediately talked to Jacob about everything, and he was taken aback at how rude they were towards me. He fought with them over this, but both Mill and Sil stuck to their tune that I wasn't good enough for him. He told me to ignore them, and that he loved me regardless of what they thought. Although his words were comforting, I did feel bad that his own family wouldn't accept me. Jacob and I had already decided to pay for our own wedding, so when Mill offered to pay for half of our expenses, we declined graciously, with Jacob telling her how hard we had worked to save money just for this occasion. Instead of being happy for us, this made her even more upset, and she started to tell Jacob how sad she was that he didn't need her anymore, but Jacob's dad seemed very proud of us. His dad, unlike his sister and mother, was quite cool-headed and never had a problem with our relationship. Since Mill continued to complain to Jacob, We compromised by telling her that we would love it if she wanted to organize the rehearsal dinner for us. She agreed, and we appreciated the gesture. However, as the wedding approached, things took an unexpected turn. The first incident was when Sil invited herself to have dinner with us, telling Jacob how much she missed him. By this time, Jacob and I were living on our own after our engagement, so we thought she genuinely wanted to spend time with her brother, so we agreed. Jacob asked me clearly if I was okay with having dinner with her, and I begrudgingly agreed, as I didn't want to be rude to my Sil was soon going to be my family. While we were having a good meal, Sil, seemingly out of the blue, started talking about how she absolutely detested cheating partners and cheaters were nothing but useless pieces of shit. We looked at her curiously, thinking where she was going with this, when Sil looked me square in the face and asked me how it felt to be a useless piece of shit. My brows furrowed in confusion, and then Sil began to yell, accusing me of having an affair with my co-worker, Zach. Jacob asked her what she meant by that, and Sil triumphantly began pulling out pictures of me and one of my co-workers, waving them around and insisting that she had caught me red-handed. I already knew that I had never been unfaithful to Jacob since we started dating, so I was curious as well as to why she thought I was having an affair with my co-worker. Looking through the pictures, they looked quite harmless. It's true Zach and I were close co-workers, but it's only because we had both started in the company at the same time, and we helped each other whenever we made any mistakes so that our boss didn't reprimand us later. Zach even had a girlfriend, and Jacob knew about that. I don't have a lock on my phone, and I had always been quite upfront to Jacob about all my co-workers. These casual moments captured in the photos were twisted by my Sil into something they were not, evidence of an imaginary affair. In reality, it was far from her unfounded accusations, and I felt a surge of annoyance at her attempts to tarnish my integrity and strain my relationship with Jacob. Before I could speak to defend myself, Jacob, shocked and visibly upset, stepped in for me. He asked my Sil why she was following me around and taking pictures of me with my co-workers at various public places without anyone's consent. Sil, hearing this, started justifying that she only wanted to investigate me since I wasn't of status, and she was afraid that I was marrying him to take away his money. Jacob firmly told Sil that her claims were baseless and that she was creating unnecessary drama out of nothing. He tried to reason with her, asking her to stop spreading lies and trying to harm our relationship, but Sil kept yelling at him that he should open his eyes to the obvious affair that was going on. I also tried to tell her that we were just co-workers, but she vehemently stuck to her statements. The atmosphere grew tense as her accusations intensified. I had enough of her accusations and yelling, so I told Sil that I was going to file a police case against her for legally taking my pictures and stalking me. Her expression turned petrified as she looked at me and asked if I was serious. I told her that clearly I had all the evidence and she had purposefully stalked me and taken these photographs of me with my co-workers without my consent and was trying to defame me with ridiculous lies. Sil looked at Jacob and then me and started to plead that this was all just to protect her brother, and she didn't think it was such a big deal. She started to beg Jacob to talk to me since she had done all this for him, and if I filed a case, it would hamper her work and her future. I firmly told Sil that only she could save herself at this point. Sil asked me what it was that I wanted, and I told her that I was not going to file a case against her as long as she stayed far away from my life. At this point, there was nothing that Sil could do to escape this situation. She looked at her brother, but Jacob supported me and told her that she should be grateful that I was willing to let this go since what she had done was clearly wrong. S2 begrudgingly agreed to stay away from me, and since that day, she and I haven't talked. Jacob continues to have a relationship with her, but she has never dared to talk to me after that. Now the second incident that occurred before our wedding was just the night before the wedding during our rehearsal dinner. Mill, who had insisted on taking responsibility for our rehearsal dinner, declined our offer to help her in any way leading up to the event and told us that she was going to take care of it. However, upon arrival, it became evident that the preparations were not as anticipated. The rehearsal dinner turned out to be a collection of plastic tablecloths on picnic tables and cold Mexican food. During dinner, she kept acting upset, and it made the whole celebration feel a bit off. She got drunk and started behaving inappropriately with the other guests, saying she couldn't wait for the wedding stuff to be over and how stressful it had been, even though she did not contribute financially or in any planning. Eventually, my fee got pissed also and escorted her out. My Sil tried to protest, trying to justify her mother's behavior, but my Phil refused to listen to her. As you can imagine, it was a complete disaster, and I started freaking out that both these women would somehow spoil my wedding the next day as well. That night, Jacob and I had our first fight. I told him firmly that he needed to uninvite both Sil and Mill, since clearly with the way that they were behaving, they would definitely do something to upstage us during the wedding. My husband vehemently refused and tried to assure me that Phil would be there, and he wouldn't let them get away. Then, I had to threaten Jacob that if he didn't uninvite his mother and sister, there would be no wedding the next day. Jacob was visibly shocked by my demand, as I knew exactly how I sounded, but I was anxious thinking about what these women would be up to. I didn't want to be embarrassed again in front of my family and friends on my wedding day. Jacob clearly didn't have strong boundaries, but I hoped with this ultimatum, he would understand just how much they were starting to affect our relationship. Thankfully, Jacob did understand and made the right choice. He called his dad early in the morning and let him know that his mother and sister were uninvited. Phil didn't even seem surprised and assured him that he would make sure that Mill and Sil wouldn't show up uninvited. After a few moments of our conversation with Phil, Mill and Sil started calling Jacob continuously, clearly to convince him to let them come to his wedding. But Jacob firmly told them that after how they behaved with me throughout our relationship, he didn't feel comfortable with them during the wedding. Hearing this, Mill started telling him how bad of a woman I was for coming in between him and his mother, and Sil tried to reason with him as well, but Jacob stuck to his guns. I did feel bad that Phil couldn't come to our wedding because of his wife and sister, and believe me, I felt horrible for my ultimatum, but all my guilty feelings went down the drain when I later learned from some of Jacob's cousins that Sil and Mill had planned on wearing white dresses to our wedding. They told me how they all had a family WhatsApp group where there were only female members, and in this group, Sil had encouraged others to wear white, also saying how there was no reason for bride to be the only one wearing white. I was shocked at how low they could just hurt me. After learning of this, I was glad that they were uninvited. Jacob did miss his family, but he also understood where I was coming from. Overall, we had a great wedding and no one tried to upstage us. But since that day, Mill and Sil stopped talking to me completely, which made me very glad, and I was perfectly comfortable with it. They would only invite my husband over for dinner or on special occasions, which I didn't mind terribly. Phil, on the other hand, was kind to me, and we continued to stay in touch. Over the years, Jacob and I saved our money meticulously and eventually bought a new house this year. It is our very first home, and as you can imagine, we were very excited about finally owning something this huge. His parents and Sil did come to visit our place for a small housewarming celebration, and on that day, to avoid them, I visited my parents and spent some time with my family. Now coming to the main issue, last month, out of the blue, my Mill called me. This was very, very unexpected since she and I have never talked with each other since the day I got married to Jacob. Surprisingly, she asked me casually about how I had been and how my life was going. I was a bit taken by her sudden interest, but I answered her questions regardless. Then she started asking how it felt to live in such a huge house when it was just me and Jacob. Her words stung because Jacob and I had been wanting to get pregnant for a long time, but due to some infertility issues, I was unable to get pregnant. Jacob knew about this, and although we mourned that we might never be able to have children of our own, we had eventually accepted it. I had told Jacob several times when I first found out the news that he was welcome to divorce me if he wanted to, so he could eventually marry someone else and have his own children. But Jacob had always stuck by me. He loved me and told me that it was okay for us to be childless as long as we had each other. Obviously, our families also knew about this, which is why Mill subtly commented about it. She then went on to inform me that my sister-in-law was pregnant. I was shocked to hear this, since this was going to be her sixth child. I had heard from Jacob how jobless her husband was and didn't believe in using a condom, which would lead to these accidental pregnancies. Sill's partner was the epitome of laziness and did nothing around the house to help her or the kids. I have heard from Jacob that he treats Sill like his personal maid. He never even pays any bills around the house. Sill works multiple part-time jobs while he spends the whole day gaming. Despite how much everyone has talked with her, Sill never breaks up with him. My Mill then continued saying that since Sill could no longer afford to keep working throughout her pregnancy, she thought it would be a good idea for me and Jacob to give up our place since it was too big for a childless couple like us. I was taken aback by her demand and struggled to form words. I asked her if she was joking with me, but Mill went on to say that she was in fact very serious, and that Sill and her husband deserved to live in a bigger house, but since she did not have space at her own house to let them move in, she had asked them to move in with us. The weight of this announcement hung in the air, and I found myself trying to compose a response amid the whirlwind of emotions that now enveloped me. I explained to her how that this was our house, which we were still paying for. The notion of someone else moving in with us so abruptly, without even asking for our permission, was intrusive and ridiculous. However, my mother-in-law insisted, emphasizing that she had already talked with Jacob and he had agreed with us. This seemed bizarre as me and Jacob always shared everything with each other, and I knew for sure that he would have definitely told me the news if he had agreed to let his sister and her family stay with us. I firmly told Mill that since the house belonged to both me and Jacob, he couldn't get the permission all on his own without my consent. No one was allowed to live here with us without both of us agreeing to it. To compromise, I told her that I would be happy to host Sill and her husband for a few days if that's what they wanted, but I wouldn't allow them to move in with me. Mill, on the other hand, started to yell at me that making space for my sister-in-law and her husband was expected of me as a dutiful daughter-in-law, and if I agreed to her demands, all our past issues would be forgiven. So in anger, I replied to her, "Sure. I will be happy to let them have our place, but you see we are still paying for this place, and I know that if Sill and her husband move in they won't be helping us with the mortgage or the bills. Hence, I think you should take some responsibility and help pay for Sill, her husband, and her children to live in our house. I will be happy if you can pay just the mortgage for us, and we can cover the bills for everyone. I know that you won't be able to pay the mortgage with just the one job you have, so tell me, when are you getting a second job to pay off the debt?" Mill, hearing this, erupted in a fit of rage, shouting and expressing her displeasure. She told me that it was ridiculous of me to ask her to pay the mortgage for us, and I retorted back that it was equally ridiculous for her to expect us to take care of Sill's family and to let them move in. This pissed her off even more, and she continued to yell while I smiled in satisfaction. She disconnected the call when she realized that I wasn't going to give in to her. Soon after, my sister-in-law called, yelling at me for daring to ask her mother to pay our mortgage. She continued saying how she always knew that I was just a gold digger, and I told her that it was she who was being a gold digger for trying to live with us. And if she ever wanted to see who the real gold digger was, the family, then she needed to look at her own partner who did nothing to help her out. This seemed to shut her up. I firmly told her that she could bicker with me all she wanted, but I am never allowing her family into our house unless they wanted to help us with our mortgage. She accused me of being heartless and prioritizing money over family. The tables had turned, and I felt relief at the prospect of standing up for myself and not backing down, regaining control of my home. However, I do feel a bit guilty thinking about my ex-husband, and I am here on Reddit wondering if what I have done makes me in a hole. Update 1. Thank you to everyone who has shown their support for me. To answer the most important question that everyone keeps asking, why would Mill even demand such a ridiculous thing from us? It's because my Mill has always been this entitled. Clearly, my husband has let this charade go on for far too long, and he and I need to sit down and have a serious talk about this. It's pathetic how Mill can lie about her own son just to get her own way. My Sil is just a pawn in her play who goes along with whatever her mom wants. Because Mill has always heavily favored my husband, Sil just listens to whatever her mommy says in the hopes that Mill favors her as well. In this case, Sil stood to gain from this situation since she could depend on us to pay for her bills and take care of her children, while her worthless husband would do nothing. I am waiting for my husband to be back from his business trip so we can talk. I don't want to discuss this over the phone with him since it's too important. Update 2. It's been 3 days since my last update. As I had mentioned earlier, I was waiting for my husband to be back. When he returned, and we could finally sit down and talk, I told him about how his mother had called me demanding that we give up on our house for his sister and her family. Jacob was clearly taken aback hearing this, and I went on to tell him the entire story. He then confessed that he had no idea about all this, and that the only thing his mother had told him before he went on the trip was that his sister was pregnant. That's all he knew about the situation, and he had no idea that she would make such ridiculous demands. I told him firmly that I expected him to talk to Mill regarding this and deal with the situation since I can't handle his family, and he agreed. He called Mill in front of me and asked her why she had lied to me about him. Caught red-handed, Mill tried to backtrack saying that she didn't exactly lie and that she knew he would have no problem with his sister living with us, so she had decided to take matters into her own hands and ask me directly. Jacob stopped her mid-track and asked her why she assumed that he would have no problem with Sil and her entire family moving in. Mill told him that he and Sil were close so obviously that would mean that he would have liked to help her out by allowing her family to move in. Hearing this, I closed my eyes in frustration, but I kept my mouth shut since Jacob needed to handle his mother. My husband then firmly told her that there was no way that he was letting Sil, her jobless husband, and her 6 children move in with us, and that she had no right to force us to take care of them. Mill started yelling that Sil really needed someone at this point, but my husband told her that it wasn't our responsibility, and that if she wanted then she should take care of Sil. Me then began to say how Phil didn't want that, and that their house was too small but we were living in such a huge house so we could easily help out Sil. She even went on to say since I was childless anyway, I could help Sil's kids and this would make me feel fulfilled. My eyes widened in shock, but for the first time, I watched my husband's face change color. He yelled back at her that she had no right to say something so insensitive about me, and that she couldn't use that against me to force me to take care of Sil's children. He continued telling her that Phil rightfully didn't want anything to do with Sil since she had become like a child birthing machine, and that he was done with the both of them. Mill tried to backtrack, but Jacob continued to yell at her that he had tried his best to have a good relationship with them even after they had continuously disrespected me, but he couldn't take this anymore. Mill started begging him, but Jacob told her that this was our house, and I was his wife, and anyone who disrespected me disrespected him as well and didn't deserve to stay in his life. With those final words, Jacob cut the call. Since then, he has had no contact with both Sil and Mill. Phil did call to talk to him, but after learning of the entire incident, he understood exactly why Jacob had taken such a drastic decision. Phil talked and apologized to me on behalf of his wife, but I told him that it wasn't his fault anyway. Update 3. It's been an interesting 2 weeks. A lot of people suggested I install cameras around my place, just in case Mill and Sil decided to show up and create a scene, so I did order them online and installed them all around my place. Well, as luck would have it, they did decide to show up last weekend knocking on my door while I was all alone. When I saw that they were here, from my camera, I called Jacob immediately, and he said he was on his way. When I opened the door, there they were, my Mill and Sil, looking furious. They demanded I let them in, but I stood my ground, refusing to allow them entry and telling them that if they had anything to talk about, they could talk to me from outside also. Mill started yelling about how heartless I was, accusing me of being greedy and selfish. I calmly told her that this was our home, and they had no right to barge in uninvited. Mill continued her tirade, unaware of the cameras capturing every moment. I calmly reminded her of our previous conversation, reiterating that I would not be giving up my home for Sil and her husband, and that if she had anything further to talk about, she should wait for Jacob to come back home. Sil, in turn, started to yell that I was breaking up the family for no reason and that I was being too stubborn. She told me that not only was I a gold digger like she had always known, but now I was trying to take her brother away from them. I then informed them that whatever they were saying was being recorded in our cameras, and that I would be using this evidence to get a restraining order against them so next time they couldn't come 50 feet near our house. Their eyes widened in shock and Mill yelled that I wouldn't dare to do that. I smirked at her and told her that if they didn't get out of our property this very minute, she would be receiving a legal order very soon. This scared them straight, and my Sil started to say how I was overreacting and that it wasn't a big deal. Fortunately, at this point, Jacob arrived. He walked towards us calmly and asked Mill what they were doing there. Mill rushed to hug him, but he deflected her and asked her firmly again what she and Sil were doing here. Sil started to say that they knew that it was me who was trying to control his life by not letting him talk to us, and that they had come here to confront me. I rolled my eyes at how absurd they both sounded. Jacob clarified to both of them that it was he who had made the decision to go no contact, and that he did not want anything to do with the both of them. Mill started to beg him at this point to forgive her, but he simply asked them to leave the property or he would have no choice but to call the police. Their eyes widened in shock. Clearly, both of them had not expected this reaction from him. Jacob went on to tell them that if they ever showed up at our house again, then he and I would be free to call the police on them and have them removed forcefully. They looked devastated, but Jacob didn't care anymore. I felt relieved that my husband was finally standing up for me. Eventually, both of them left, still fuming. Since then, Jacob has talked with Phil also, who was as shocked as us that Mill and Sil had gone behind his back to show up at our house unannounced. He assured us that we were right not to let them in. He is also becoming increasingly frustrated with their behavior. I know that with Jacob being so firm about it and kicking them out, they will not dare set foot on our property ever again. If they do, well, I will contact a lawyer and send them a notice immediately. I am glad that my husband has finally realized how toxic his family is, and hopefully, they won't trouble us anymore so we can peacefully live our lives. I hope this is my last update since I want to move on from this situation as well. Story 10. Jealous Sil tried to PWA and me at my husband's party after we announced my pregnancy. But it backfired horribly, and now she's facing jail time while also getting divorced. I, 29F, have been married to my husband Harry for the past 7 years. I love everything about our marriage except the fact he is related to his sister, Kayla, who brings all the negativity into our lives. Now, don't get me wrong, I used to love Kayla when I first got to know her, but over time, I have quickly changed my opinion. She is incredibly negative, manipulative, and toxic. I have worked hard for years to avoid getting on her bad side because I know the kind of person she is. In the past, my husband had dated Sil's best friend when he was 17, and later they broke up because he felt he was pressured into being with her because of Sil. When he turned 23 and found himself single, his sister insisted that he and her other friend should be together, but he refused. They had a huge fight, and she went crying to their parents about how she wanted him to marry someone she felt comfortable with, but his parents didn't really listen to her. When my husband and I met and fell in love, his parents were very supportive, but Sil had consistently treated me with a cold demeanor. Whenever I was around, she would always bring up Harry's exes for no reason and tell him how well they were doing and how he should get back in touch with them. This went on for a while, and I was not the only one who found this weird, as Harry found this weird also, so he would ask her to not bring up his exes continuously. Sil would then get pissed and start taunting me about how I was getting jealous and how he should not be with an insecure person like me. Whenever his parents would call us for dinner, Sil would purposefully bring one of Harry's exes, telling us how she had stumbled into them that day by accident and had to invite them for dinner out of politeness. She also checks my Instagram relentlessly, even though she doesn't follow me. I have a public account, so I have noticed how she is the first person to check my story. If a guy comments on my photo, She would then go to her brother and complain about how I was posting inappropriate pictures of myself. Harry and I would literally laugh at her accusations. When Harry and I decided to move in, she urged Harry to break up with him, telling him how I have a lot of flaws as a woman and that she could find someone much, much better than me. This comment honestly hurt me since I had been nothing but nice to her throughout everything. Unfortunately, as soon as me and Harry got engaged, Sill's behavior towards me got even worse. When Harry and I announced our engagement, everyone started congratulating us. I noticed Kayla was very quiet, and then she got up from the chair and walked out of our party to everyone's shock. Later, she called Harry crying and screaming about how she didn't appreciate being told the news with everyone else since she thought he was the closest to her, so she deserved to have been the first one to know about his engagement. Later she sent me a message which was almost borderline threatening, saying how I should be a good wife to her brother since she had always been the only woman in his life. The message was so weird that I almost cringed. I didn't even bother replying back to her and left her message at seen, which I know must have pissed her off even more. Sill started to gradually ignore me anytime she saw me. For some reason, she remained involved with all the wedding activities like when I went dress shopping and had my bridal shower. She took her criticism of the wedding to a whole new level, openly expressing her discontent with my choices. Despite both my future mother-in-law and fiancé calling her out on it multiple times, her behavior persisted. One day, while discussing the centerpiece with my future mother-in-law, Kayla overheard and immediately began to mock me, saying how my choice had no class and how this is why she wanted her brother to marry someone better. That was the breaking point for me, and I lost my composure. I screamed at her that I couldn't tolerate her constant taunts and criticisms any longer, and I made it clear to her that she was not invited to our wedding anymore. Kayla was shocked, gasping in disbelief as if she had never expected me to stand up to her. Even my mother-in-law was furious with her and supported me. Later, Kayla reached out to Harry, complaining about how I embarrassed her and insisting that he should control me since I was going to be his wife. Harry told her firmly that he stood by my decision and that if she didn't apologize, she was not going to be invited to the wedding. Begrudgingly, she sent me a heartfelt apology which I saw and again left it on read. With my wedding preparations, I was already exhausted and I didn't want to be involved with her drama. In the end, she did end up coming to our wedding because I didn't want her to badmouth us later. Now my wedding had a certain theme of pink hues and pastels which everyone seemed to have no trouble following, including the guests. However, Sill showed up wearing a black floor-length gown with a veil as if she was coming for a funeral. We were shocked, to say the least. Sill went around telling everyone how she was mourning for losing her brother to another woman. During the reception, my husband could see that I was uncomfortable with Sill's wedding outfit and confronted her about it. She tried to play the victim by saying that she had the right to wear whatever she wanted and that I was too controlling. In the end, Mill and Phil asked her to leave when she wouldn't stop making a scene. It was humiliating for me, and ever since that day, I have steered clear of her. When I gave birth to my son Nate, I refused to allow Sill anywhere near our baby. She did try to fight it, but my husband and his parents had my back. They understood exactly why I didn't want Sill near my baby and respected my decision. 2 years ago, Sill had a miscarriage with her then boyfriend Jamie, and it completely broke her. It was indeed a sad time for everyone. Harry and I felt sad for her since we already had a child, so after her miscarriage, we decided to be a bit more forgiving. We would invite her to our place so she could bond with our son Nate. I have to say that she has been surprisingly sweet to our son despite how she behaves with me. In the beginning, she seemed to have changed, but over time, she had gone right back to who she was before. She's always going on about how tough her life is, how things never seem to work out for her, blaming ex-bosses or ex-friends for messing up in her life. Over time, I have noticed that in her head, she is never wrong. She rarely admits to any fault in conflicts and is constantly trying to get people on her side by playing the victim card. This year, she decided to get married and invited everyone except us. Harry was shocked to find out that we were not invited since our relationship seemed to be better. When we questioned her about it, she started to say how she could not allow me to come since I might do something to upstage her wedding. I did call and ask her why she would think something like that when I have never done anything to her. Kayla started to say how she had knowingly dressed up in all black to our wedding, so now she was afraid that I might do the same, and this is why she didn't want me in our wedding. I was furious about how manipulative she was, and straight up told my husband about this. Harry talked with his parents, and they decided to tell Sil that they would neither pay for the wedding nor would they be attending. This reduced Sil to tears, and she started to blame me for creating this fiasco. My husband informed her that she had shamelessly admitted her own mistake, so she had no right to be pointing fingers at me, but Kayla justified her saying that our wedding happened a long time ago and that I should just get over it. Later, since Phil and Mill were still refusing to pay for her wedding, she reached out to apologize to me and begged me for forgiveness. I hate to admit this, but Kayla can be very sweet and persuasive when she wants something. I forgave her and wanted to just move on from the past. Her wedding with Jamie went well. We all attended and had a good time. Not even 6 months later, Kayla was at our doorstep complaining about how her marriage was falling apart. Harry and I let her stay with us for a few days where she would vent for hours on end about her husband. They seemed to be having issues with getting pregnant, and Kayla was clearly blaming Jamie for everything. I tried to talk to Kayla, but she was adamant that it was all her husband's fault. When she was not complaining about her husband, she would be hyper-focused on our lives and try to make up things that didn't exist. For example, I generally go to the gym every morning before going to work. Sometimes when I am running late, I take my work clothes so I can finish my workout, take a bath, and change into my work attire. Sil noticed this for some time and would ask me a lot of questions about it, like why was I taking a bath or why I even needed to go to the gym. I didn't think much about it and would tell her how I liked maintaining my weight and how I didn't like going to the office all sweaty. She would purse her lips and nod. Eventually, things got okay with Jamie and she went back to living with him. On a weekend, my husband and I went to have lunch with Mill and Phil. Sil and Jamie had also been invited. We left our son Nate with a babysitter since he usually got bored when us grown-ups would talk for long hours and wanted to stay at home and play. During lunch, Mill was telling us about how one of her friends is currently divorced. She was telling us about how her friend's husband cheated on her, so she left him and took half of his assets. Sil suddenly interrupted her to ask my husband if he and I had signed a prenup before we got married. We stopped eating to look at her. She acted like I wasn't even there and looked at my husband expectantly. Now my husband is not someone who minces his words, so he told her straight up that since he and I both earned quite well, we saw no reason to get a prenup. Sil snorted and started to say how nowadays there are a lot of cheaters around us, and that he could be blindsided any day. I took offense to her words and asked her to tell us what exactly she was insinuating. Sil then started to say how I was definitely meeting up with someone since I was always carrying a change of clothes everywhere, and that is Harry's sister. It was her duty to warn her brother. I was shocked to hear these words. Phil and Mill immediately came to the rescue and went off on her to stop making up such things, and that she should not meddle her nose into others' business. Sil, without missing a beat, went on to say how she was only trying to be there for her brother, and started to joke if our son Nate was really Harry's son, since he didn't exactly look like him. I swear I watched my husband's face go red in anger. I have never seen him this angry in my life. He looked Kayla straight in the eye and told her that this was why she was not a mother yet, since she didn't deserve to be one, and that her child was better off in heaven, rather than with someone like her. Kayla's mouth hung in shock. Mill and Phil just stared quietly as my husband went off on Kayla about how she was a shameless person who tried to ruin everything because she had nothing good going on in her life, and how she was just a loser married who did nothing the whole day when husband worked hard the whole day. He continued to say instead of pointing fingers at me and asking us about prenups, she should worry about her own marriage since she was clearly projecting. Kayla was reduced to tears and started bawling. She looked at Jamie, who was sitting right next to her, to support her, but he never uttered a word. I have never seen my husband lose his mind this way. In the end, She got up from her chair to run into the washroom. My husband was fuming. Mill came over to calm my husband down as I rubbed his hand. He told me how sorry he was for what his sister told me about our son, and I nodded because I understood just how frustrating she could be. I was kind of glad my husband stood up for me so publicly since I had taken enough shit from Kayla over the years. After he calmed down, he apologized to Jamie but ignored Kayla completely. After lunch that day, we went back to no contact with Kayla. Her behavior was not only affecting me, but it was also affecting my husband. We just blocked her from everywhere so she could not reach out to us. Mill and Phil did talk to us about the lunch and agreed that Kayla had gone too far this time. They could see how their usually calm son had gone unhinged after Kayla had kept pushing him. It has been a year now since we have talked with her, and everything has been going smoothly. 2 months ago, I found out that I was pregnant. This is a complete surprise since we were not even trying. My husband and I feel blessed to welcome another family member. We were waiting for the right time to inform everyone and decided to reveal it on my husband's birthday. Mill and Phil wanted to celebrate Harry's, so they were having a big bash for him in their backyard. Our close family and friends had been invited. Sil must have heard about this from others and decided to show her face. My husband and I were shocked to see her. Sil came and hugged Harry, telling him how much she had missed him and how sorry she was for their last conversation. My husband took my hand and told his sister that she should be apologizing to me since she had pointed fingers at my character. Sil nodded, turned to me, and apologized. She told me how she had been going to therapy for the past few months and had realized how wrong it was for her to humiliate me like that. I did not believe a word she was saying, but I didn't want to be rude to her in front of, so I just nodded. Mill and Phil did check up on us and told us that they had no idea she would be coming and assured us that if we were not comfortable they would kick her out since this was a party for my husband, but Harry didn't want to make a scene, so we agreed to let this go. Throughout the party, I could see Sil laughing and mingling with everyone, which was a bit odd. She seemed too positive, which was completely not her character. But she had mentioned going to therapy, so I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. When it came time to cut the cake, Harry gave a heartwarming speech about how he considered himself the luckiest guy in the world, grateful for yet another year with a wife like me. His words made me blush with joy. I couldn't help but appreciate the fact that my husband and I were still deeply in love, just as we were when we first started dating all those years ago. Then, Harry and I decided to share some exciting news with everyone. With smiles on our faces, we announced that we were expecting a baby, and everyone took a moment to process before exclaiming in happiness. My mother started to cry and came over to hug me. Mill and Phil had tears running down their faces as they congratulated both me and Harry. Everyone was so happy for us and were excitedly asking us if we had come up with baby names. The only sore thumb that stuck out was Sil. She looked at us stunned. I thought maybe she was taking some time to process, but then her expressions changed and she just walked away from us looking pissed. I was a bit worried, thinking if she was going to ruin yet another celebration for us, but got distracted with other people coming over to talk to me. When it was time to serve lunch, I got up to help my in-laws bring the food out, but Rick and my parents urged me to remain seated, telling me that I should not even lift a finger during this time. I was sitting in my seat, patiently waiting for my husband to bring me a plate when Sil came up to me beaming. She had a plate of food in her hands and handed it to me, loudly announcing that she personally wanted to serve me food since she was so happy about my pregnancy. As she handed me the plate, she even made a comment about how she wanted to make it up to me for all the times she had been rude to me in the past. I nodded and graciously accepted. She then walked away. As I was about to dig in, I thankfully noticed that she had brought shrimp on my plate. It is quite a well-known fact to my family that I am highly allergic to shrimp, so I was shocked that Sil even served me this. I shook my head in disappointment and got up to get my own food. At that moment, Jamie came over to congratulate me on my pregnancy. We talked a bit, and he asked me why I was not eating. I pointed out how Sil had served me shrimp, probably by mistake, so Jamie told me not to worry and took the plate off my hands. He told me he could have this plate since he liked eating shrimps and I could get a new plate for me. I smiled, nodded, and walked away. It was not even 5 minutes later when Jamie started to puke and retch over this plate. Everyone stopped eating in concern and stared at him as he stumbled to get up from his seat. Harry and Kayla rushed towards him in concern. Jamie pointed at his plate and then at his throat. Our eyes widened in shock as we understood that something was clearly wrong with him because of what he had eaten. Jamie then fainted while everyone gasped in shock and concern. Kayla rushed over to check his plate and her eyes widened in shock. She turned to look at me and asked me if I had given my plate to her husband, and I nodded. In the midst of the chaos, someone called for an ambulance, and he was rushed to the hospital. Kayla was crying uncontrollably through all this and kept glancing at me in anger. We were informed later that Jamie had been poisoned. I almost fainted when I heard this, since I knew, unlike others, that the plate was originally meant for me. Whatever poisoned Jamie could have poisoned me and my baby. Harry, Mill, Phil, and my parents have no idea about this yet. The police were called to take the food that he ate as evidence, since no one had any idea what was in the food that had caused him to faint this way. At this moment, as I am typing this, Jamie is still recovering at the hospital while Kayla stayed with him overnight. My husband and I have been answering calls from relatives inquiring about what happened to Jamie and who could have potentially poisoned him. Mill and Phil are shaken up by what has happened and are staying over at our place, since they are afraid to be back at their place. No one has an idea about what happened suddenly when everything was going so well. I am so scared to tell everyone that the plate originally belonged to me and how Kayla had come and served it to me. If this turns into an investigation, I will have to tell the police the truth. I feel extremely guilty about what has happened, but most importantly, I am now extremely worried about what my CIL can do to me, since she clearly has no inhibitions about trying to poison me. I don't want to be around her, nor can I let my children anywhere near her. Ida for giving my plate to Jamie and for potentially poisoning my Bill. Update 1. Wow, thank you for the thousands of comments on this post in just a matter of a few hours. I never imagined that I could have gotten this many responses. My hands were shaking when I typed this earlier, and I have not been able to sleep. Despite what everyone keeps saying, I do feel somewhat responsible for my Bill's incident. I should have just thrown the plate, but I don't know why I let him take it from me. I keep crying thinking if something happens to him. My husband knows something is wrong and has been hovering near me. He thinks I am just worried, but has no idea what I know about his sister. I agree with the comments that I need to sit down and talk to everyone calmly. I don't know if everyone is going to believe me, but Mill and Phil do have security cameras installed all around the house, and since this birthday party was happening in their backyard, I am sure they can check and verify from their cameras that Kayla was the one who offered me that plate. I will talk to everyone tonight, and then update. Update 2. So we talked, and I am so grateful to have the best in-laws in this world. Since Mill and Phil are already staying over with us, I sat down with them and Harry during dinner to tell them that I had something important to talk about. I started by taking a deep breath, the weight of the situation heavy on my shoulders. With everyone gathered around, I recounted the events of the birthday party, explaining how Sil had served me a plate with shrimp, and how Jamie had unknowingly eaten it, resulting in his poisoning. As I spoke, the shock and disbelief on their faces mirrored my own feelings. Mill and Phil exchanged glances, their concern evident, while Harry's expression shifted from confusion to anger. I continued, expressing my fear about Sil's motives and her previous attempts to harm me. I admitted my hesitation in sharing this information, fearing the potential consequences for myself and our unborn child. Mill, being the pragmatic woman she was, immediately suggested checking the security camera footage. Phil nodded in agreement, recognizing the severity of the situation. Harry, though visibly upset, remained silent, absorbing the shocking revelation. After reviewing the security footage from their camera app, the truth was undeniable. The footage showed Sil offering me the poisoned plate and the subsequent events leading to Jamie's distress. The weight of the evidence left no room for doubt. Emotions ran high as the realization set in. Harry, now fully aware of his sister's malicious intent, struggled to contain his anger. Mill and Phil were appalled by their daughter's actions, shocked at the lengths she had gone to create chaos. We sat stunned in silence as we struggled to understand why she would do something like this. In the aftermath of this revelation, my in-laws have decided to give this evidence to the police since this is a very serious matter. Then Phil and my husband will be going and meeting with Jamie once he recovers, since he is the one who needs to press charges on Sil. I have no idea how Jamie will react, and I want to cry every time I think about how I allowed him to have my plate poisoned. I'm not able to sleep or eat anything properly as I am so worried about him. I will update you when something significant happens. Update 3. Okay, guys, I am finally back with an update. I know it has been a month since my last update, but I am a pregnant woman who is going through a lot right now. First things first, my in-laws gave the recording to the police, and after watching the evidence, she was arrested. Kayla didn't even deny the charges since she immediately burst into tears admitting to everything. My husband did talk to Jamie about what had happened, and Jamie was as shocked as any of us. My husband urged him to press charges against his sister since this was such a sinister thing to do, and told him that regardless of what he chose to do, he would always be a part of our family. In the end, after Jamie recovered, he not only decided to press charges but he also filed for divorce. Kayla called Mill and Phil crying begging them to forgive her. It turns out that Kayla is actually pregnant herself. She begged them to bail her out, trying to manipulate them about how they should do this for the sake of their grandkid. Phil firmly told her that they were done coddling her and that she should finally learn to take responsibility for her own actions. Mill is extremely sad about what is happening to her daughter, but she understands that what Kayla did cannot be just forgiven. The police found evidence that she had tampered with the food, intending to harm me, which in turn it backfired and ended up hurting her husband. She has been charged with multiple offenses related to tampering with food, endangering life, and causing harm. She has been begging Jamie to not charge her, saying how this was all my fault anyway, but thankfully, Jamie doesn't care, and his mind is set on punishing her. Her court hearing will start soon. I don't think she can escape this time. Meanwhile, to everyone asking, my son and I are doing okay. He has no idea about what his aunt has done. Harry and I have talked, and we do plan on sitting down with him and telling him the truth since we want our son to know and beware of these situations. I know it's going to be a difficult but very necessary conversation to have with the little one. I'm also going for regular ultrasound scans every 2 weeks for my pregnancy, as advised by my doctor. We don't plan on finding out the gender of the baby since we want it to be a surprise. My parents know about what has happened with Kayla and have become very protective of me. They are worried this might affect my psychological well-being during the pregnancy, so they are encouraging me to go to therapy. I agree with them since despite my acting normally, I have developed a deep-rooted fear after what Kayla did to my food, and I'm afraid of eating any outside food or anything that I haven't prepared myself. My husband understands my fear and is there for me every step of the way, so hopefully I can get over this irrational fear. Update 4. It's been 8 months since I last updated. Kayla is currently serving time in prison. She was found guilty of the charges. I never attended her court proceedings, but sometimes my in-laws would, and they told me how Kayla admitted to the court that she had been jealous of me for years, since she never wanted an outsider to marry her brother. She had always dreamt about one of her best friends marrying my husband, which is why when he started to date me, she would always try to bully me. When we announced that we were pregnant during my husband's birthday party, she was filled with jealousy since she was about to announce her as well. She had suffered a miscarriage previously, so she wanted to share her good news, but she thought we took away her moment to shine. So, according to her, due to her pregnancy hormones, she got so pissed that she mixed a small amount of rat poison with my food. She admitted how she just wanted me to end up in the hospital, but never wanted to physically harm me or the baby. She told how she never expected that I would give my plate to her husband, and how I basically poisoned her husband, so she deserved to get a lighter sentence. Of course, the judge called bullshit to her pleas, and she was sentenced to prison and will be away from our lives for quite some time. Jamie has also successfully divorced her, so he is finally free as well. We have met him over the months, and we continue to include him in our family activities whenever we can. He and I have talked, and I have apologized to him profusely for giving my plate to him, but he assured me that it was never my fault. I started to cry when I heard that because I have been replaying it over and over again in my head, wishing that I could have done things differently so he was never poisoned. I am glad that Jamie is doing okay now. As for me and Harry, we have welcomed a baby girl into our family. Despite the lingering shadows of the past, the presence of our daughter has brought warmth and light into our lives. Our son, Nate, is ecstatic about becoming a big brother and has been showering his little sister with affection and love. Watching our children bond fills our hearts with gratitude. Throughout all this, my parents and in-laws have been there for us, helping us navigate this new chapter in our lives. Story 11. Mom treated me like a maid for years because I looked like my bio dad. Later, when he gave me a pretty big inheritance, she's demanding a share even though she made my life hell. I 21F have faced the worst punishment for resembling my bio dad. I'm a result of my mom's affair. My mom was married to my stepdad for 10 years. She had 3 daughters, Mindy, 26F, CC, 24F, and I, 21F stepdad, didn't know that I was not his child. As I grew older, I looked more and more like my bio dad, and my stepdad got suspicious of my paternity. My elder sisters looked like mom, so stepdad never questioned their paternity, but when I grew up looking very different from anyone in the family, he ran a paternity test on all 3 children. Mom's infidelity came out. Only the eldest daughter was of stepdad, and the rest 2 of our DNA didn't match his. Mom then confessed that the fathers of all 3 children were 3 different men. Stepdad served her divorce. He gave the child support for only his daughter, Mindy, and for CC and I, Mom had to work hard. Mom loved Mindy and CC unconditionally because they looked like her. She hated me because I uncovered her truth. As a child, I never understood her wrath on me. She was cheerful and loving with my half-sisters, but with me, she would only be grumpy and rude. I don't remember one happy moment with Mom. The sad part was I didn't know the reason until much later, and when I got to know the reason, I was shattered. The truth made everything much worse. First, it gave me an identity crisis, and second, now I know the reason for my mom's hatred towards me, but I cannot do anything to fix it. Now I couldn't even complain about my mom's indifference towards me. She said CC's dad and my dad refused to take our responsibilities, but at least CC looked like mom, so it didn't hurt her to provide for CC. But I looked like my bio dad, and it made her resent me. Mom and half-sisters would gaslight the situation and blame me for their troubled life. I was being belittled openly, not only by my mom but also by my sisters. Mindy called herself the legitimate one. She would call me names and blame me for her parents' divorce. Even CC would mock me that I looked like my bio dad and I was the reason that tore the family apart. She was like, "Why couldn't you look like mom? That could have saved us from getting abandoned by dad." As if it was in my control to decide how to look. As a child, I grew up hating myself, hating my blue eyes because they had brown eyes like mom, hating my nose, hating my lips, hating my every bit of existence. The indifference continued for ages. I hardly got any new clothes. I grew up wearing Mindy's and CC's clothes. Mom never bought any new toys for me, and neither was I allowed to play with my sister's toys. I was the unpaid servant of the house. I would have to bring them water and food from the kitchen, drop their plates into the sink, do their laundry, and even make their bed sometimes. The only good thing Mom did to me was send me to school. It was a community school, but at least she got me educated. I ran away from home when I was 13, but the cops found me and they dropped me back at Mom's. I told them I didn't want to go back home and they would not listen. My mom sobbed in front of them that she was a single mom taking care of 3 daughters, and I was just a troubled kid, jealous of my sisters. I listed down all the tortures I have been through. The cops asked me if I was physically tortured, and I said no. The cops stopped noting my words. My mom said to the cops, "See, that's why I told you, she is a troubled kid, jealous of her sisters and nothing more." They didn't consider emotional exploitation as a crime. They patted me and asked me to be a good kid and left. After that, Mom and half-sisters started hating me even more because I tried to report them to the cops. I can't explain how miserable it was. Staying at home became unbearable, so I took up part-time jobs. I babysat for neighbors, mowed lawns, worked at video stores, and did all sorts of jobs to keep myself away from my toxic family. Working outside was better than free labor at home. By then, I had become rebellious. I was earning money. I stopped taking their BS. I stopped eating at home and got my own food. Life got better after that because now I was able to own some of the stuff that my sisters had, and sometimes I bought better clothes than them. Cece got softer to me after that, but the elder one, Mindy, was still terrible. She would torn my dresses, broke my makeup, and even threw my stuff out of jealousy. I had no choice but to stand there and take it. I wanted to save some money and run away from home, but my boss at the video store advised me to complete my high school so that I could get better jobs. He said his son worked at a recruitment firm, and he could help me get a sales job after I finished school. So I put my head down and studied for my high school. The day I graduated from high school, I packed my stuff and left. I got a job in sales, and from there I picked up and worked hard to make a decent living. Mom wanted me back at home. She showed up at my workplace a couple of times and asked me to move back home, but I refused. It was not out of love but for money. She said that instead of paying rent and living outside, I could pay her the rent and live with them. I laughed on her face. Living there for free was a nightmare, and do you think I'm gonna pay to live with you all? You must be joking. I wanted to meet my bio dad, but Mom wouldn't tell me about him. I asked Cece if she knew about her dad. She said Mom told her that her dad didn't want to meet her, so better not contact him. Mom had told me the same thing. I was suspicious that it couldn't be true, so I kept pestering her to tell me about my dad, but she is an awful woman and doesn't give in to any sort of pressure. 2 years back, she defaulted on her mortgage and needed money urgently. She reached out to me to borrow some money. I said I would give her the money only if she told me who my dad was. She told me his name and nothing more. I asked for his address. She said he didn't want me in his life, so no point in contacting him. I told her I wouldn't give her the money until she gave me all the details I needed. She then gave me his address. It was like 30 hours by road. If I took flights, I would need 2 connecting flights. I saved up for the flight and then showed up at the address only to find it was the wrong address. I went back home and fought with my mom. I told her I would report her for not revealing my paternal details. She told me that she was reluctant to give me his address because his family didn't know about me and my visit would ruin his life. She tried to guilt-trip me into thinking that I was wanting to be a homewrecker. After a lot of fighting matches, this time she gave me his office address, which was 4 hours away. But she kept insisting that I don't visit him because he didn't want me in his life. She was like, "Why do you want to humiliate yourself? He's gonna throw you out. He doesn't want to see your face." I didn't listen to her and took a bus and showed up at his workplace. When I finally met him, the moment was so surreal. I didn't have to introduce myself to him. He saw me and said, "My girl." He hugged me. That was the tightest hug I ever got from my family member. I got to know something that blew my mind. My bio dad was paying child support for all these years. Mom deliberately gave me his wrong address so that I don't get to know the truth. She has been feeding lies to both of us. She told my bio dad that I hated him and didn't want to meet him. It was true that his family didn't know about me. He told me he was married for 40 years and had 2 grown-up sons. He loved his wife and didn't want to mess up things. My mom used that to blackmail him for money and took child support as well. He said we could meet outside and he could even provide for me if I wanted, but he didn't want to disclose about me to his family. I didn't have a good feeling that he didn't want to accept me openly, so I never met him after that. I was disheartened. He sent me several emails after that, but I never responded. Almost 6 months ago, he showed up at my workplace. He apologized and said he wanted to make things up for me. I said he didn't have to do anything for me. I don't need anyone now. I'm not 13 anymore. He said after meeting me, he didn't feel good about hiding me anymore and confessed everything to his wife and children. His sons are grown up and have moved out, so they didn't mind it much. However, his wife is in shock and they are seeking therapy together. He handed me a paper which turned out to be an ownership document of a mansion. He said that's the only thing he could do to cover up for his mistakes. I asked him if his family knew about this. He said yes, they knew. He has paid for his son's college and they are doing well for themselves. He has also left some trust funds for them and a house for their mother. And he gave his mansion to me. I was overwhelmed. I didn't know he was well-to-do. I didn't want his money. Otherwise, I would have also blackmailed him and extorted money for the last 2 years as Mom did for 20 years. I told him how badly I had been treated my whole life because I looked like him. He said sorry for putting me through this. He had no idea that I was going through all that because Mom had been feeding him a different story. He said he was giving the house to me to secure my future and that he owed to me as a father. I was overwhelmed by his gesture. I didn't tell anyone about the house. Off late, I was thinking of getting into a college. I always wanted to be a college graduate, but money was a big constraint. Now that I had a mansion, I thought of putting it on lease and using that money for college. That's how my mom got to know that my bio dad gave me a mansion. She is now running behind me all sweet to get a share in that property. She is gaslighting me by saying that she is my mother and she had to undergo a divorce because of me, so I have to give her a share. When I denied it, she threatened to sue me because she had a right to my bio dad's property. You see, I don't have any understanding of laws and rules around property and inheritance whatsoever. I'm guessing she can't have it, but sometimes the law works in a funny way in the States. I don't have money to hire a lawyer until the lease money comes in. So, if anyone has any idea about all this, kindly help. Yet you can call me dumb, but I need help. Thanks in advance. Update 1. Oh, I tell you, money works in a funny way. BTW, thanks for helping me out. I thought Reddit is for fun, but there are some really amazing people who genuinely help others. Like you all said in the comments, my mom can't claim a share in a house that was given to me by my dad. So the next time she came charging at me for the share, I went nuclear on her. She said she would sue me for this. I challenged her to do whatever she wanted. She cannot do anything except yell. She screamed like a wounded lion. After the last confrontation with Mom, there was silence for a long time. I was not in touch with them. I sometimes bump into Cease. She works in the same block as me. Seeing how my luck played out for me after meeting my bio dad, Cease also forced Mom to reveal her dad's identity. Sadly, her dad turned out to be a German man who had moved back to his country. He used to be our neighbor for a few years. He had rented out a room in our neighbor's house. He was a student back then and knocked up Mom. After he got to know that Mom was pregnant and would ask him for child support, he fled. Cease contacted him through email and he confessed everything. They are in touch, but Cease is sad that she didn't get any benefit after discovering her dad. Makes me wonder if she wanted her dad or hit a jackpot. I hired an agency to get me a tenant for my mansion. 6 days back, someone from the agency called me. He said he brought a tenant to check out the mansion and they found 2 women living there. I was horrified. They said they were the owners. They fought with the tenants and chased them out. The agent told me that he had sent 3 prospective tenants during the last 1 month, but mysteriously they all ghosted him after visiting the mansion. I asked him to send the pictures of those 2 women. They were none other than Mom and Mindy. I rushed to the place. It was an hour away from where I lived. Without saying a word, I started throwing their stuff out. They tried to stop me and kept saying, "Wait, we can explain. We can explain. Please hear us out." I screamed that I didn't want to listen to the squatters. It was 2 versus 1. It is a very peaceful neighborhood. The neighbors heard the chaos and called the cops. I didn't carry the house documents with me, but the agent had copies, so he showed it to the cops. The cops chased them out, but also asked me to deploy security at the place. I asked them if I could get a restraining order against them. The cops said it was not easy because Mom and Mindy had no previous felonies registered under their names. It was their first-time nuisance, so they can get away with it. I called up my dad and told him everything. Of course, I didn't have the money yet to deploy a security. He has taken the matter to himself. He said he would be installing more cameras across the house. There was just one until now. He said he would get a tenant for me and that I don't have to deal with it anymore. That was such a relief because I had no idea how tenant agreement worked, etc. I have not heard from the squatters since then, but let's see how long it is gonna be like this. I'm sure they are gonna come back. I'll update the thread if something develops, but thanks for putting up with me. Update 2, hello all, sorry for not updating it often. Life has been busy in college. Yeah, A lot has happened over the last few months, let me get straight to it. 2 weeks later to the last incident, Mom and Mindy showed up at my door again. This time they looked miserable. They said they were homeless. Mom lost her job and they defaulted on 2 months of rent, so the owner locked them out. They said they had nowhere to go, so they went to the mansion to live there. After getting kicked out from that property, they have been living here and there, but now no one is ready to let them in. They sobbed and requested me to let them live in the mansion for a month until they put their lie together. I was tired after a long day. I didn't want to deal with them. I told them that Dad was looking after the property now and I was out of this, so I won't be able to help them. They requested that I speak to Dad and let them in. They pestered me so badly that I lost my shit. Mom was recalling the favor she did to me. She was like, "I raised you for 18 years, can't you do this for me? I raised you for 18 years and this is how you pay me back. This is how you treat your mom who raised you single-handedly." I screamed at her, "Yes, you raised me, but not as a daughter but as a housemate. I was no more than a servant for 3 of you. Did you ever get me new clothes or any stuff for that matter? Everything I own was passed on to me by Mindy of CC. I always got the leftover food. I survived on the stale food of last night while you all ate the fresh food. If there were 3 slices of anything, you 3 would eat, and I would just get the side salad or the ketchup. I did most of the household chores, yet you never showed any love or care for me. Even when I was sick, you were mean to me. Only when my condition worsened, you used to get me over-the-counter meds. Once I even got an allergy because of that, remember? It could have been fatal and I could have died because of unprescribed meds, but you cared the least about my existence. This is how you raised me. The funny part is it was not even my fault. How it is my fault that I look like my dad. It's your fault that you cheated on your husband. You got knocked up by random men and I had to suffer. I gave her the yellings of her life. My blood was boiling with rage. The hatred and pain which had accumulated for so many years came out like a flood. They sobbed at my rant. I broke down and howled. They came to console me, but I shooed them away. I told them to back off. They are the ones who have given me lifelong pain. They were still standing there thinking I would cool down and give in to their demands, but I screamed at the top of my voice, "Get out. I don't want to see your effing faces." I cried so badly after they left that I felt sick the next day. I went to the doctor, took meds, and rested for a couple of days. 3 days later, I was feeling lethargic and bored. I took my car and went around the town for a drive. I passed by my mom's house and found the belongings were lying outside. I am friends with one of the girls in the neighborhood. I called her to ask what's the matter. She told me that my mom had goofed up. She had been sleeping with her landlord and the owner's wife got to know about this. She came charging at Mom and dragged her out of the house. Mom was not paying the rent for over a year. She was trading off that by sleeping with the owner. It's a small town. Everyone knows everyone's business. I hate to say this because she's my mom, but this woman is such a whore. Anyone reading this would think it is such a bizarre. Trust me, it's all true. I know this is hard to believe for people having normal parents, but you know not everyone is blessed with a normal family. There are people like us. As I mentioned earlier, my dad took over the responsibilities of getting the tenant for the house. I used that money to get into a college. It's not a fancy one, but I am proud of myself to be able to come this far in life. Meanwhile, my mom tried to seduce my bio dad, but he chased her out and threatened to report her to the cops if she was ever found near my mansion. I haven't heard from Mom after the outburst. CC texts me sometimes. I got to know from her that Mindy had also abandoned Mom after marrying a guy from the next block. He was a widower with 2 kids but had a big house and some ancestral properties. Of course, Mom has passed on her traits to Mindy. Good for them. Now on to the next story. Story 2. Caught my wife of 14 years cheating with a mutual friend she brought to our home. Now her family has cut her off and spends holidays with me and our boys instead. My wife, 38F, and I, 47M, were together for roughly about 17 years. About 14 of them were spent with us married. When we first met, I thought she was older than she was. It was just the mature aura she gave off. She thought I was younger, which at the time did make me feel pretty good. After we decided that the age difference didn't matter, we went all in on the relationship. I was still a little hesitant about the age difference, but then I met her family. Her family was very big, bigger than mine. I'd always wished I had grown up in a close, tight-knit family. I'm the first to admit that her family, who welcomed me with open arms, is a huge factor in my continuing the relationship. She seemed just as crazy about her family as well. I took that as a good sign. A possible wife who thinks family is everything is A+. The two of us went on to have a family of our own, two boys ages 8 and 11. During our marriage, things were good. We got along great, made memories with each other and our kids, and just enjoyed life. Anytime there were issues, we ended up working through them and persevering. I put my entire being in this relationship. Like I had hobbies as any married guy did. Hunting, fishing, and golfing were all things I loved, but after our kids came, I knew the focus had to be on our sons. Our wife didn't get the memo because she didn't hold herself to the same standards. My wife seemed focused on our marriage and family at first, but slowly she started to become a very shallow and self-centered person. She didn't put the kids first or even consider me. I tried my best to accept these behavior changes and keep putting the work into our marriage. It all came crashing down on Memorial Day of all days. I was getting the boys ready for the holiday party when I heard my wife's muffled voice from the bathroom talking to someone. My curiosity got the best of me, and I ended up standing there, listening. I couldn't hear who was on the other end of the phone, but I heard her. She was telling whoever she was on the phone with that she loved them, couldn't wait to be with them, and every day she spent with her husband, me, took a little part of her soul. So I waited for her to come out of the bathroom. When she realized I had heard what she said on the phone, she was in shock. My wife didn't say anything at first. I asked if she was cheating and she stuttered, trying to come up with some lame excuse. I told her to save it and walked out because I had a party to get to. My boys having a good holiday is what was my main focus. That was D-Day for me, and it's safe to say that the holiday is going to be sullied for me shortly. I'll never let my boys know because I want them to enjoy the holiday and spend time with family. The reason I still attended with my kids was to keep up appearances. It was very hard to keep a smile on my face, but again, I did it for the boys. They will always be who I put first in all of this. My wife didn't go with us. She decided to go straight to the app for comfort, ironically enough. When she finally came home from her app, I asked her what happened. According to my soon-to-be ex-wife, I lacked passion and didn't show her any attention. I repulsed her, as she lovingly pointed out to me. She managed to say all of this while trying to butter me up with compliments about being a trusting husband, great provider and father. I just was a terrible lover. However, she wanted to stay married and keep living in the marital home while remaining with her app. I was shocked by that. My wife wanted her cake and to eat it too. She gets the stability of remaining with me and the apparent passion with this jerk she cheated on me with. Speaking of the app, I knew the guy. He had been over to my house and I'd even hung out with him. The guy knew everything that was going on. I was busy working and coaching sports teams for our sons while she was screwing around with him behind my back. After the shock wore off, I realized I had to file for divorce. It should be done by the end of the year, which is getting closer and closer by the minute. She was against it and tried to convince me we could stay married. If not for us, then because of the boys. They deserve to be raised in a two-parent household, I'm not going to lie. I nearly burst out laughing when she said this. Was I tempted to do it for a moment, but then I realized it wasn't fair to my boys to do that. I didn't want to stay in a terrible relationship just for their sake. This wasn't something I wanted to emulate for them. If they ever, God forbid, found themselves in this position, then I would want them to retain some dignity and do what was best for them and their family. Besides, kids pick up on more things than we realize. I've learned this since my boys started therapy to deal with the situation. I'm also in therapy before you ask, so don't worry. My mental health is also being worked on. When news of the affair reached our friends and family, it didn't go the way she expected. Her own family didn't rally around her. Instead, they rallied around me, which I cannot begin to say was a huge help in the healing process, because I feared I might lose my in-laws in the divorce process. The funny thing is, her boyfriend isn't allowed anywhere at her parents' house or any family functions, while my boys and I are more than welcome. She refuses to attend without the app, so she and her family have no contact. I talk more to her mother than she does now. They used to talk 2 times a day, but now the contact is non-existent. For the holidays this year, my boys and I were gladly invited. I'm going to go, just not for the sake of my boys, but also because I enjoy being around the family. Recently, it seems that even our acquaintances are beginning to see through my wife's crap. There was a youth night at the high school football game that I attended with my boys. They get to go out on the field at halftime and get introduced to the team. She showed up there, but I already had a warning because she had texted me earlier that day. When she shows up, she marches over to our boys and starts taking pictures with them. I swear the moment she was done with the pictures she left because her app was performing at some dive bar. Is he any good? I have no idea, and nor do I want to know either. After my wife left, I had 4 different sets of parents come up to me and mention something about how she stayed just long enough to get her pictures for social media. It was hard not to burst out laughing. Let me tell you, it felt really good that people could see through her crap, and that she's only playing up the Mom of the Year stuff for Instagram, Facebook, or whatever other social media she's on. We'll always have to remain in some contact because of our boys. One is still in the single digits, mind you. I'm just glad other people can see who she is, and when it comes down to it, she is going to put herself first and not me or the boys. In the meantime, I'll keep taking care of my boys and myself. I've started going back to the gym, picked up some of my old hobbies again, and reconnected with old friends. I can safely say I've never been happier.